morning, everybody. Welcome to the Placer County Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, October 28th, 2010. I'd like to start on a point of agreement. Let's invite you to join me in the salute to the flag of the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And just waking up.
Kathy, you want to take roll?
Mr. Donayo.
Here.
Mr. Sevison.
Here.
Mr. Gray.
Here.
Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mr. Crabb.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Brentnall.
Here. We have a full house. Next item is a report from our planning director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is nice to see a full house. I'd like to welcome our new planning commissioner, Mr. Brentnall. Thank you for being here. A couple of updates since the commission last met. On October 5th, the Board of Supervisors considered the appeal of the Rancho Del Oro project. And after receiving public testimony, the board concluded to allow for the constructions of gates across the entrance, although they wanted public access for the sidewalk. They authorized the removal of the AG Ag overlay, and they granted a public easement from Olive Ranch Road through the project site to the Miners Ravine, so the public would have access through the site to the Miners Ravine area. On October 19th, the board met up at Tahoe. The Caldwell rezone, this was up at Alpine Meadows. Your commission considered it much earlier this year. The board went ahead and approved that rezone and general plan amendment. They also approved a zoning text amendment for the extension of time for conditional use permits and variances. And they approved the zoning text amendment for the administrative citation process. Staff is very pleased to see that zoning text amendment move forward. On November 23rd, at the Board of Supervisors hearing, they will be considering the enclave at Granite Bay Appeal. This is the single-family project which has been put on hold while the Granite Bay Community Plan moved forward. Now that a decision has been made as to how the community plan will move forward, the applicant wants to move forward with its appeal. And so that will be coming to the board on November 23rd. Just a reminder, there will be a meeting of the Planning Commission on December 9th up at Tahoe. And we probably will have a special meeting of the commission on December 16th. There are several items down the hill here that are worthy of being considered before the end of the year. So we'll probably have a special meeting, but we'll keep you updated as that moves forward. And that concludes staff's comments. Any questions?
Any questions?
No.
Did you say anything about, maybe I missed it, November?
November 23rd, I have, yeah.
Oh, November 23rd is the board hearing. We'll still have a planning commission, I believe. Oh, they both fall on holidays. So the next meeting will be December 9th then. So we will be communicating through email with you so that you're aware of the hearing dates and times.
And I saw in the news, even though I wasn't here, I was reading the newspaper, that the Bohemia matter was taken up by the Board of Supervisors about a month ago today. And 5-0, they denied the appeal. Right?
That is correct.
Have any suits been filed yet that you know of?
Not that staff is aware of. We monitor that very closely and have not heard anything yet.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much. At this point, is there anybody in the public who would like to address the Planning Commission on something that's not in today's agenda? Seeing of the 10 of you out there, nobody moving. We'll move on to the 10:05 item, was a workshop on accessibility standards in all districts.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Rick Erie with the Engineering and Surveying Department. I'm joined here today with Crystal Jacobson from Planning, Rebecca Tabor from Engineering, and Ken Sibley from Building. And we're here today to present to you this workshop to hopefully help clear up some of the questions and issues that have been raised over the years regarding accessibility standards, more specifically which types there are in California and who enforces those standards. There are basically, two types of standards here in California that we recognize. The federal one, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act, is a civil rights act that was enacted in 1991. This is enforced by the federal government Department of Justice, not enforced locally by local agencies. The other requirement is the California Code of Regulations, which is included in our California building codes under chapters 11A and 11B, which is the code that we actually enforce through our review process here locally. So, as you can see, there's many departments that actually review Title 24 and some ADA requirements that we do for retrofit projects within the county. And to begin our presentation, we'll have Crystal Jacobson talk about the planning department's requirements.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning. So the planning department's responsibility as it relates to the enforcement of ADA standards really has to do with mostly parking. We do get involved with the enforcement of these standards when we're reviewing land use entitlement applications, and then if those applications or projects are approved, we get involved at the improvement plan check stage. So really what I'm talking about here is any use permits, but then even design reviews, which you don't necessarily see. They don't come before your commission, but we do check those plans as they come forward to the planning department. Again, as I noted, our area focus primarily pertains to parking. I'm going to go to the next slide here. This is an exhibit right out of our ordinance in the parking section, and this just gives a guide for planners to be checking when they're doing plan checking, to take a look at this guide. So what we're checking really is the number, location, and size of parking spaces to make sure that they're meeting ADA standards. Again, this is out of our ordinance. With respect to the number of spaces, the number of spaces is based upon the total number of parking spaces for the project or facility, and then that number is based upon the project use. So some uses require more stalls, and if more stalls are required, then that triggers additional ADA stalls. If fewer than 5 parking stalls are needed for the facility, there's always one ADA that is required. And then if one space is required, it should always be man accessible. So I'll get to the size here in just a second. So with respect to the location of the stalls, we are required to locate ADA stalls as closest to the building as possible. And how it calls out in the code is that it shall be located as near as practical to any primary building entrance, and shall be located so that the disabled person will not be required to pass behind other parked vehicles in order to gain access to the building. So again, we look at the number of stalls, the location of stalls, and then lastly we look at the size of the space. So the size is outlined in our ordinance. The minimum size of an accessible space is 14 feet wide by 20 feet long. This includes a 5-foot wide access aisle on the passenger side of the vehicle. Van spaces are a little bit different. They require an additional, well, they want 16 feet total. So the ADA code calls for 8-foot parking and then an 8-foot access strips that you have 16 feet in total in the width. If 2 accessible spaces are required for a parking area, they both can share the same 5-foot wide access aisle. So a lot of times you'll see 2 ADA stalls next to each other with a shared access aisle in the middle. And then I would note that the code also calls that 1 in every 8 accessible spaces shall be served by an 8-foot wide access aisle on the passenger side for the van accessibility. So again, once you have 8 stalls are required, you have to have 1 van accessible stall. And then always you have to have, like if you're only required to have 1 stall, it needs to meet the van requirements. So any questions on that?
I have, but I'll wait until you're done with that part.
Okay, that's
it on it?
that for planning, that's what we look at. Yeah, we're primarily focused on parking.
Who governs the total ADA requirements in a shopping center?
Well, when when a plans come forward, or an application for a project comes forward, we're checking those plans. And so like Rick had said, there's a number of departments that are going to be checking those plans at various stages during the review. When it first comes in, the primary responsibility lies in planning, engineering, and Building mostly gets involved when it's in the building stage. So we're looking at those numbers, and we review it for consistency with ADA standards at that time.
What happens if it's really under space for handicap?
Then we're not,
Can somebody come back to the county and say they need more spaces there? And you will look at it then?
well, we check the number of stalls as applications come forward. So what'll happen a lot is you'll have a very old project that won't be meeting the codes at, under today's standards. Maybe they met them 20 years ago, but they're not meeting them now. We get involved with ensuring that compliance with ADA standards when they come forward for some sort of improvement. So say, for example, they're doing some facelift to a shopping center, and they're coming forward with a new design for that. At that time, we would take a look at those plans and make sure that they're meeting current codes. So that's when we get involved in that. Now, whether or not, if somebody comes to us within that 20-year period, for example, and points out that they're not compliant, I believe, and I might point to council on this one, but I don't know that we can.
Once an entitlement has been granted, as long as they're in compliance with the conditions of that entitlement, the county can't come back and require additional, for example, additional handicap parking. But if they come in for a new entitlement or to change the existing entitlement, then as Crystal said, the county can then recondition the project. But again, if they meet the standard at the time of approval, those are the number of handicap spaces that they are required to construct. And if it appears that it's underserved, unless, again, there's some other opportunity for the county to impose new conditions, we're not in a position to go require them to install additional handicap spaces.
Does not current ADA law, though, require the property owner to meet the ADA requirements, whether or not they're undergoing any improvements? I mean, you have to continually upgrade to meet these standards.
Well, that's a different issue. That's under the ADA requirements, the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Correct.
What we're talking about here is county requirements under the county code. So
The county is just interested in Title 24.
correct. The county doesn't enforce the Americans with Disability Act provisions. Those are where you see in the news about the lawsuit. For example, the Squeeze In down in Sacramento,
Correct.
where there's individual plaintiffs who come in to ensure compliance with ADA requirements. The county enforces the Title 24 standards, which are in effect as of the time the entitlement's granted.
Okay, but did you just not say that you actually do plan checks based on ADA
Well,
requirements also?
The ADA standards set the size and the location and the number of stalls, so that's planning enforces those requirements. But as Scott is saying, that we just review as plans come forward. So as a project comes forward is when we review those plans. And a lot of times, a project will come in for a modification, and at that time, we will determine whether or not they're consistent with current standards and bring them up to current code at that time.
Well, my observation, because I push a wheelchair around a lot, we're woefully under the need for handicap parking. If I go to a restaurant, I have to park way down there, wheel my wife way up there to get her in the restaurant. I hope that someone can change that along the line. It's really a problem for us older folks.
I think.
And there's a
Crystal-
lot more handicap cars now than there was before.
Well, certainly the codes have improved, over the years, and so we are tasked with, as those projects come forward with any modification, ensuring that they do meet current standards. But as Scott noted, we can't. That's the only time in which we have to make sure that they're up to current code.
Jeff's question raised a question in my mind, Crystal, and that is what is, and Rick, I know you said the ADA is not enforced by federal agencies, but where do these standards come from? Let's take a hypothetical one. ADA parking spaces have to be 12 feet wide. that may not be correct, but let's just assume. Does that generate out of the ADA itself? Does the ADA have a standard that said parking spaces shall be, and then Title 24 adopts that as the standard? Or where do the numbers come from?
That's how I understand it. Our code is consistent with both of those relative to the size and the location and the number. So where those come from, who develops those, particular widths, I'm not sure. Ours is a little bit different. Ours is actually more, we typically want a 9-foot by, let me look here, for the van, for example, they want 16 feet. Well, our stalls are typically 9 feet, where the code is actually 8, the stall itself. The access width needs to be 5 feet, but the stall itself needs to be 8. Well, ours are 9. We require 9. So it's a little bit over, but it's consistent with what is required.
And is that out of Placer County Code, some sort of a state standard?
These are...
That a number trickles down from the ADA?
Correct. Yeah, those numbers are called out in our parking standards, so in the zoning ordinance. So when we're reviewing plans, planners are looking at that section in the ordinance and checking for those numbers.
Crystal?
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, but there is a difference between federal standards than the state standards, because California has its own standards that supersede the federal standards. And, my understanding that, I guess, when you were asking how do they come up with these rules and regulations, that they have meetings that stakeholders have the right to attend, and whenever they want to do an update on them, and anybody's welcome to go, but they're not really published, so the general public's usually not aware of them.
Yeah, if I may, I think the difference here is under state law, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations sets certain minimum standards which are adopted by the state under the state's administrative rules, which then the county implements. And the county may choose to expand those requirements, but those are a minimum. And as Ken noted, most of the state requirements are more stringent than the federal requirements. So there's this hierarchy. There's federal requirements, state requirements, and county requirements. And the most stringent one is the one that applies to the project.
So Scott, the county can trump the state and the federal?
The county can't be any easier, if you will, than state requirements, but it can require more than state requirements require.
Oh, we could trump them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Well, I know in the past there's been conflicts between the two, which is why you pull into certain banks and you'll see ATMs at 3 different heights. One meets 24, one meets ADA, and one's just a standard ATM. And I know that some of those have been fixed, but do we run into instances where we have conflicts between the two right now?
I'm going to it sounds like you're getting into a building issue, so I'm going to let Rick here pass it on, and I think that question might be relative to the ATM height would be.
Well, and that's
towards
that's just a for instance.
in general.
But I know in the past there have been conflicts between the two, and you wind up having to somehow figure out a way to comply with both of them.
There are 2 separate standards for sure, like we have discussed. There have been some efforts from the groups to try to make those 2 standards more consistent over the years, many years. Actually, I think the ADA was adopted in '91, and I think the Title 24 was actually done in 1980, going back even prior to the federal standards. The only thing that we see the major differences in now is some of the small standards, like the truncated domes. How many, how they look, how high, the ones that you see at the curb ramps, at walkways and sidewalks, the yellow domes you see. Some of the smaller standards are the differences that we see between the Title 24 and the ADA standards. Pretty much everything else that our standards have, our zoning ordinance, which adopts the Title 24, which is pretty much based on now the ADA standards, are all fairly consistent, if not more stringent.
Yeah.
Does that help?
All right.
How do the ADA standards tie in with the standards at, for example, TRPA, where they're always trying to minimize coverage and so forth, and yet the county, like you said, is arbitrarily made theirs a foot bigger.
Well, again, ADA is a federal standard that's enforced by the Department of Justice. So I think, like Mr. Crabb had mentioned earlier, those are actually a property owner's responsibility, not really something the county gets involved with. We enforce the Title 24 requirements through the zoning ordinance and through the CBC, the California Building Code. And there are some exemptions to that through like historic buildings or the cost of improvements. There may be some exemptions to adhering to the Title 24 requirements that the county typically imposes. And we can get to that when Ken gets up to speak on the building part.
I guess the question is, does TRPA trump Title 24?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, and I didn't know if TRPA actually has their own accessibility standards.
I don't know that they do either, but
Yeah.
I guess the question is, they have coverage standards that are very strict and hard to adhere to. And I guess my question is, do the coverage standards in some cases trump the Title 24 standards?
No, if there's parking stalls required and a pathway required, that's not something TRPA can say no to. So
I
there's-
disagree with you. I think TRPA supersedes the state.
Well, they have coverage control, but then there may be some reductions in the building or the driveway width to make sure that they have enough coverage to provide the ADA stall or the accessibility stall. And then there's some exemptions to the building itself based on, you know, historic features or cost of improvements.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the coverage will always trump, the TRPA will always have their coverage requirements that the project will have to comply with.
Well, they will need to comply with the coverage requirements, Larry, but I think what would happen is the project may need to be downsized in order to meet the ADA requirements within that coverage. In other words, the coverage will determine how much stuff you can put on the property, and you'll still have to meet your ADA parking requirements, and you may have to downsize your project in order to meet the parking requirements to meet the coverage. That makes
Okay.
sense?
Thank you.
So with that, we could probably move on to Rebecca Tabor to talk about the engineering and Department of Public Works responsibility.
Thanks, Rick. Good morning. So as Rick said, I'm going to speak for two departments, Engineering and Surveying Department first, and then Department of Public Works. And this is all outside of the building. So as you know, Ken will speak next about Building Department review. So let me... Engineering and Surveying Department, we are primarily looking at the slopes for a proposed project. The road, driveway connections, sidewalks, pathways along the frontage road that the project touches, on-site accessible spaces, the parking space slopes, the cross slopes and longitudinal slopes. There are maximum slopes, and 2% is a cross slope. And let me just point out that the cross slope, if this is your sidewalk and you're traveling in that direction, this is a cross slope. Longitudinal would be the direction you're traveling. 2% maximum cross slope and 5% maximum longitudinal slope. And for a ramp, for instance, this would be your steepest portion. A ramp can be no steeper than 8.33%. There are some other specific criteria that apply to ramps, and that's in the Title 24 standards. For the Department of Public Works, this is where ADA does come in, because the Department of Public Works has facilities in the right-of-way. So the county does have some sidewalks and curb ramps that we're responsible for. So speaking for the Department of Public Works, they have put together a transitional plan, and that was a requirement under ADA. And in that plan, they've talked about what has been done in the county right-of-way, what the ongoing efforts are, and making a plan for how they're going to systematically prioritize and bring up to standard existing curb ramps and sidewalks and install new sidewalks where there aren't any in the county right-of-way, for instance. Make connections between sidewalks that currently have no connection. Got some pictures here. So in this area, actually, Professional, this is Atwood Road, this is off Professional Drive. These are county work crews this past summer doing work to bring up to standard county facilities, you know, the truncated domes that notify you that you're entering into a path of a driveway or a roadway. Something else I wanted to mention is that the path of travel is 4 feet, and that should be kept clear for the accessibility path of travel. So the minimum is 4 feet.
What are those little yellow things called?
Truncated domes,
I learn something new every time I come.
and
Truncated dome.
you see those everywhere these
I get
days.
some free drinks using that.
Those babies are pricey.
So those are the topics for Department of Public Works and Engineering and Surveying. And I can be available to answer questions at the end, or we could go straight to building.
Apparently no questions, so let's go to.
Comment.
Oh,
Those domes. Try pushing a wheelchair over those domes. They're a real pain.
I believe it.
As if you're pushing a grocery cart over them, same thing.
yeah.
I was just going to say at
It's very
Costco,
difficult.
Yeah.
you push your shopping cart and
Is
heavy
there-
load
is-
too.
Is there an alternative to that?
There isn't. I believe it's required. So at this point, you know, there's constantly changing regulation, but this is what they believe is the best solution at the time.
Way too high.
Harry, they were probably put together by a committee, these standards, like these ramps at not 8%, not 5%, but 8.33%
Yeah.
max. And I'd love to have been a fly on the wall of the committee that met to determine that we needed Braille on drive-up ATMs. Ken?
Ken Sibley with Building Department is next.
Good morning. Building Division. The Building Department reviews all on-site accessibility issues relative to all facilities, including the required accessible path from the facility to the accessible parking area or areas. And as you see, Crystal went over the parking dimensions and so forth. We follow the same as in the California Building Code. Accessibility requirements contained in Chapter 11A and 11B of the 2010 California Building Code apply to all new buildings, facilities, remodels, structural repairs, additions, and tenant improvements. Currently, it does not apply to single-family dwellings or duplexes.
What do you mean currently? Is there a plan afoot to make it apply to my house?
It's been discussed. We haven't seen anything in circulation yet, but every year, every code cycle, they seem to throw that out there a little bit, so we'll have to keep our eyes open on it and see what happens. The Building Department reviews and verifies an accessible path from the facility to a public right-of-way, including accessible curb ramps at the right-of-way. If there is more than one pedestrian path of travel from the building to a public right-of-way, then only one, usually the most direct, is required to meet accessibility standards, and it shall be signed and posted as an accessible route per the California Building Code. The primary intent of the accessibility provisions is to ensure that a barrier-free directional design is incorporated into all buildings and facilities that are accessible to and usable by persons with a disability. And a barrier-free directional design is you want to keep your paths of travel as outlined in the gray areas as clear, free, open, unobstructed. Federal ADA. These are commonly asked questions. If plans or construction comply with the California Building Code, are the ADA requirements resolved? No. Answer would be no. The ADA and the CBC are not necessarily the same, as we discovered this morning as well. Does the county verify compliance with the ADA? No, the county does not verify for ADA compliance, nor does the county offer advice to the designer or owner for ADA compliance. Are designers required to draw their plans in compliance with ADA? Yes. ADA is a federal law and is not optional. Even though we do not check for compliance with ADA, designers are required to comply with ADA. This is a plan check comment. The standard comment for plan checks for other than single-family dwellings is as follows. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, has been enacted by federal legislation. This is a Civil Rights Act. The building department does not plan check or review the adequacy of your plans for ADA requirements. We do not check for California state accessibility requirements, but these requirements are not the same as ADA. It is the responsibility of the designer, owner, and builder to comply with ADA. There are some exempted projects as allowed in the California Building Code. For projects that do not affect the usability of the building or facility are not considered projects for the purposes of accessibility and therefore may be limited to the actual scope of the work when the proposed work consists only of HVAC, re-roofing, electrical work, cosmetic work, site constraints where building division determines compliance with regulations would create an unreasonable hardship, and historical building. California Historical Building Code does not exempt buildings, however, but provides alternative methods of compliance for accessibility features. Unreasonable hardship. According to the Division of the State Architect, an unreasonable hardship exists when the enforcing agency finds that compliance with the building standard would make the specific work of the project affected by the building standard infeasible, based on an overall evaluation of the following factors: the cost of providing access, cost of all construction contemplated, impact of proposed improvements on financial feasibility of the project, nature of accessibility which would be gained or lost, nature of use or facility under construction, and its availability to persons with disability. If an unreasonable hardship is accepted, the details of any finding of an unreasonable hardship shall be recorded and entered in the permit files of the enforcing agency. And then there's one thing I wanted to touch on, that's it for the building department, is the CASP. You were talking about the ADA and the California Building Code and who looks at that and who enforces that. They just introduced a CASP program. The state of California recently adopted this process. Currently, it's voluntary. Its jurisdiction doesn't have to enforce it until the near future, and we will be required to, but it's voluntary. So if you come in and request at the permit process that you would like to get a CASP certification, which is basically verifies that all your accessibility components and features are in place and meet ADA and California Building Code, that is your option to exercise that, and you can do that currently. So in the future, it will fall under jurisdiction requirement as well, and we will be looking at some of those too in the near future. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
I have one. So you said this was CAST?
CASP, C-A-S-P.
CASP.
Yeah.
And you said that you don't review projects for compliance, but somebody could come in and ask you to do it and you would do it?
We review for California Building Code. We don't have to certify through the CASP program. Currently, it's voluntarily. So if
voluntary on the county's part, or
on the owner?
So the owner can come in and ask you to do that, or?
Yes. No, owner could come in and request that they'd like to have their project CASP certified, and we have the contact information currently for consultants that are certified to provide that process for you.
The county doesn't do it.
Yes.
Okay.
In the near future, the county will be getting more involved with that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
Could you go back to previous?
Pardon me?
Yes, the unreasonable hardship. Who makes that decision?
There's provisions in the building code for that currently, and that would have to come from a licensed architect or engineer to prepare the unreasonable hardship and how their current project couldn't fall into the compliance methods described in the code, and how you're going to do an alternative compliance method approach to try and gain or not gain or have some other...
So the citizen would make a request. Who makes the decision?
The building official makes the ultimate decision.
So it's an arbitrary decision by the on-site inspector, or does it go back to a committee vote?
It would have to come in written form to our building official. He would review it and then make a determination whether that's an acceptable...
And who is this building official? Is it the on-site inspector? Is it somebody back in the
The building
office?
official would be Tim Wagner, currently our building official for the building department.
Okay, so that would be the
Chief
individual who would make the ultimate decision on the request.
Correct, yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I have one general question for Scott. Is there any way to put teeth in the, a lot of people drive with the blue placards, and they may or may not need them. Is there any movement afoot by law enforcement to put some teeth in the laws that prohibit people from parking illegally with those?
I'm sure there's many people who would like to see more teeth put into that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But that's, I believe, regulated under the Department of Motor Vehicles, who issue the disabled placards, and it's probably enforced under the vehicle code. So it'd be a law enforcement matter. I honestly don't know, though, Harry, how that would work, but I think it probably goes through law enforcement.
So often you'll pull into a handicap spot, and there's one next to you, and you know in your mind that the person pulling in, that they're probably is not handicapped. They get out of the car and zoom, they go into a store or something, and you're scratching your head. How'd they get that placard anyway? It is a big problem if you're with that uses handicap spots a lot. So there is no...
You can't legislate morality.
No, you
That's
can't.
what it comes
You
down
cannot,
to.
yeah.
Jeff, did you have another question?
The ADA compliance, that the review that you would do for the voluntary certification, that's done through a third party, you say, outside the county?
Yes, currently at this time, it
And
is,
what you
yes.
say is coming is the requirement of that third-party review, or is the county looking at taking that on in-house?
In the near future, by legislative, certain jurisdiction, or all state jurisdictions will have to have some CAS-certified employee with the jurisdiction. So at that point, whether we take on inspections of that or not is to be determined still.
So I know some jurisdictions right now have a mandatory requirement for new projects that you have them reviewed by a third party. And
For CASP or?
for their ADA compliance. I don't know if it's officially CASP or not. But
Yeah, I'm unaware of that, but that is a possibility.
What does CAFS stand for? California
Accessibility,
Super Program.
I forget.
Call it anything you want.
This is Tim, the Chief Building Official.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Tim Wagner, the Chief Building Official for the county. Thanks for the opportunity.
There you are, Mick.
CASP actually stands for the Certified Access Specialist. And what that is California law put into place in July of this year, a voluntary program to mitigate the frivolous lawsuits day to day throughout our state here. And what this program does is it actually allows a property owner to, whether they're an existing property or they're a facility that's being constructed today, to certify that building in accordance with California accessibility requirements. And again, mitigating these lawsuits coming forward. So what happens is, should somebody file a suit, it puts a stay order on the suit, allows an independent panel, if I understand, to review this suit to understand its applicability. So it is a way of California trying to get control of kind of these accessibility lawsuits that are out there. So today, it does require that the county have or make available either through retaining, which the county has elected is using our third-party program, allowing outside consultants to perform the service for us. Currently today. However, I believe in 2014, and I'll have to look at that date specific, but my understanding is not too long in the future, the county will be required to have a sufficient number of staff to handle those requests through the community. So it's a transition period for us to understand the law, understand how it evolves, and what those work demands are upon staff so we can build that up in the future. A couple other things I'd like to point out as well is our Department of Justice just recently and through President Obama adopted the 2010 disability standards. So that's just come into play. And matter of fact, I had an email just shortly ago saying this has occurred. So we'll be interested in finding out what those are.
What the changes are.
So my team does review for California Title 24 accessibility standards as that's borne out through our building code. And then the property owner does have this right to use this voluntary CASP, Certified Access Specialist program today, should they elect so.
Any questions? There's got to be some advantage to me as a property owner for requesting CASP certification. Scott, do you know anything about it? Would it be like a defense in case I'm sued under an ADA statute?
I presume that was the intention. I'll be honest. I'm not familiar with that statute.
Fine. I thought you might be. Okay, any other questions for staff? If not, then I thank you all for taking your time to come and make the presentation. And very good information for us to have. With that, we'll move along to the 1020 item, which is the zoning text amendment for emergency shelters, transitional, and supporting housing. Chris?
Yes.
You're
Good
on.
morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Christopher Schmidt from the Planning Department. The item before you today is a zoning text amendment that was first considered by the Commission in early October 2009. It was tabled with direction to take the item to the various MACs throughout the county, and we've made some changes based on feedback from the MACs and also correspondence we received in the meantime. So we're back before you to detail those changes and seek a recommendation from you to the Board of Supervisors on the proposed zoning text amendment. We're here because the state in 2007 passed Senate Bill 2, which strengthened housing element law, and there were two main requirements that all counties or municipalities or cities are also required to have at least one zone where emergency shelters are allowed without discretionary action. And in that zone, you can only hold them to the same standards as residential or commercial uses are held to. And you are given some flexibility. The county or the city may impose some business practices, such as the number of beds, on-site management, length of stay, and security, etc. The other part dealt with transitional and supportive housing, requiring that those uses are only subject to restrictions that apply to residential uses of the same type in the same zone where you're going to allow them. So the intent behind SB 2 was to encourage provision of these three types of housing. Since it's a state requirement in our housing element, we included two programs, Program G2 and Program G3, which set forth the path of us complying with SB 2. This document was reviewed by the Commission back in 2008 and 2009. The Board of Supervisors adopted it in May 2009, and the state certified our housing element in June of 2009, so slightly over a year ago. Transitional, supportive, and emergency shelters. In our zoning ordinance today, they're not explicitly defined. We kind of lump them together under residential care homes. But we do have these facilities in the county today, and you can see the examples here. So this is current uses in the county, but just not defined as the state requires. So part of the zoning text amendment offers three new definitions. I'll go back to that here. Currently, no definition, and this is the housing type. So here's the proposed definitions in the zoning text amendment. We're also proposing some standards for emergency shelters, which we're allowed to under SB 2. The most significant change since we've been here last is 60 or fewer beds allowed in the multifamily zone. That's our as of right clearance that's required. We do have some conditions. They must be 300 feet apart. A use permit if they're less than 500 feet from a school, or any zone we're not permitted. That's it. That's key. Comply with the same standards as other projects in the district, meet all building and housing codes. We do impose some business practices. We're encouraging the sites to be 1/2 mile from a bus route, although we're not requiring that. We do address security, lighting, and parking requirements.
Chris, why is any zone we're not permitted key?
Because it's going to require a use permit for a lot of our multifamily zones, because you may have a single-family district abutting the multifamily zone, and that would kick in the use permit requirement.
And another question concerning, just as understanding here, it says 500 feet from any school or zone we're not permitted. So if this, a certain zone is free from this particular kind of housing, then it has to be 500 feet from wherever that line is, or that zone ends? How does,
You don't have to be there. You don't have to be the 500 feet, but if you are within that, then it's requiring a use permit. So it's not a right. You're going to have to come in, and there'll probably be conditions on that approval if it is approved. A new change is we're redefining residential care homes. That complies with the state definition. We're eliminating our kind of generic definition that currently exists. And we're also adding a new part to the houses of worship, which our current definition is silent on emergency shelters. And the Gathering Inn, which is currently providing homeless assistance, is operating in churches. So with this change, we're recognizing that it is a legitimate use in our houses of worship. And here's the summary. We're redefining residential care homes. It's 3 new definitions for the housing types. It establishes development standards for emergency shelters and amends the definition for houses of worship. The 2 other changes since we last met with you was we eliminated temporary residential shelter is what we were calling our emergency shelters we're calling today. And so I think Chairman Brentonall suggested that we change that to be consistent with the state definitions. So now we're using the term emergency shelter. And we've relaxed the parking requirements a bit. Right now we're requiring 1 parking spot for each full-time staff. And we also eliminated the requirement for emergency phone number be posted on the exterior of these facilities. And we heard that from providers that they desired for that requirement to go away, and we agreed.
Question for you. On the parking requirements, when that's a residential type location, is that still an off-street parking requirement? Or
It's required to be on-site and off-street.
I have a question concerning the definition on house of worship. Just a clarification. If, for example, the house of worship is used as a temporary shelter and they're within 500 feet of some zone where it's not, do they have to come in and apply for a new permit?
We're not going to require that now. This would be for new facilities. I think that they may be grandfathered since
But if they're not, haven't
it's
been
currently
doing
being
it before?
provided, and we're just changing it so that we're recognizing that's a use that's permitted in those zones.
Typically, with a house of worship, that use requires a use permit in itself. So there may be this type of facility within it, but a house of worship use does require a use permit in typical zone districts.
Well, the question is, assuming that they have not been using it as a shelter and they come to, and they're within the 500 feet or some other kind of regulation, is there a
exemption for that?
If it's within 500 feet, that's a development standard, so if you're proposing, and it is within 500 feet, then yes, you would have to obtain a use permit for that use. So it would
Yes,
trigger
they would
a
have
use
to come
permit
back in.
at that
They wouldn't be
point.
grandfathered in. Okay.
There would be no grandfathering because it would be a new use.
And for some reason, this slide didn't come up when I breezed through. This just shows our 3 new uses and how they're consistent with the multifamily dwelling requirements. So where you're required, this is your zoning clearance, and use permits for every other size in the commercial districts.
See,
Any questions?
One thing I might ask, Chris, is previously I think we were talking about some in relationship to 19 people and one of these, and I noticed, I guess we're talking about the residential care homes now, or have a maximum of 6. Is that a change?
Yeah, that is a change. Previously, it was 20 beds, and we got a request from Legal Services in Northern California suggested 100 beds, which would be consistent with some of the other local jurisdictions, such as Sac County, which has a 100-bed threshold. We're using the 60 beds. There's been identified need of, and I have the numbers here. It's a little over 100. We have an unmet need for emergency shelter beds. I believe it's 119. So there's a great need. We didn't support the 100 beds, but we thought 60 was justifiable, and I can explain how we came up with that number if you'd like.
Okay.
But it is a change from the previous version. The previous version did say 20 beds.
That's because it's in a multifamily residential zoning?
Originally, we're in the multifamily, it's 20 units, so we try to stay consistent. That was the original proposal. And units don't always equal beds, so we thought a higher bed count was justified.
As we're providing this transitional housing, is there anything that dictates that the people we're housing need to be from Placer County?
No, I don't think you can put that kind of restriction in there.
You know, one question too, are the cities going to follow through with a similar type ordinance after this is done? Is that kind of the plan here?
I believe Roseville's went to their planning commission last month. So everyone's required unless they complied previously, but the law states you have to be in compliance within 1 year of adoption of your housing element. We're beyond that, but I think we're making a good faith effort to comply, or we're in the process of getting this approved, so.
Okay. Kind of what I'm thinking, I guess, is oftentimes the county will give people a voucher, and it'll actually go into the city of Auburn, and you hear complaints about the facility in Auburn, and I was just wondering if there's coordination there between the county and the city.
HHS coordinates all our emergency shelter services.
Okay.
And I work with the nonprofits that are currently providing those facilities.
Are you done?
Yes.
One more question, if I could.
Sure.
If I remember correctly, the discussion on this was that there could be an impact to some funding available to Placer County if we're not in compliance with that. Is that the reason we're motivated to be in compliance, or?
I think we would be subject to lawsuits, but I think the hammer over the head was for the overall housing element, that if we weren't in compliance, there were some agencies such as redevelopment that could not apply for certain types of funding without a certified housing element.
And has that been an issue to date at all?
Not that I know of. We're certified and we're good for the next few years.
Okay, any other questions? Guess not. Thanks, Chris. Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment? If so, just come on up and make what you have to say. And give us your name first.
My name is Dan Appel. I pastor the Seventh Adventist Church here in town. And I jumped fast because I have a doctor's appointment here in a few minutes, but I appreciate you taking the time to listen. To answer the question, Mr. Johnson, this is a problem that nobody wants to deal with. We wish we didn't have the problem. We wish we didn't have to deal with people in transition and emergency and homeless and all kinds of things. But whether we like it or not, it's like the emperor's new clothes. We can pretend it's not there, or we can deal with it. The nonprofits in our community, particularly the churches, are trying their best under difficult circumstances to deal with this problem. My particular church, which is located on Rock Creek, we handle between 150 and 250 individuals and or family groups every Tuesday and provide food and housing. Most of those people are homeless. They're living out in the woods in our community or under the bushes in our churches and businesses. And we can pretend we wish they didn't exist, and we can hope they go away, but they're a fact of life. And so we have to figure out the very best way to deal with the problem. And right now, the county has a number of nonprofits who are willing to come alongside and help you solve your problem. Because the federal government and the state government has mandated that we do certain things, and so we have to do it, and we're willing to cooperate and be team members with you. But it means we have to have a certain amount of freedom to be able to do so. And so what I think all of us are requesting from you is that you allow us to be part of the team and to be part of the solution. And some of the changes that are being suggested here means that that'll happen. There are people who will say, we don't want those people in our neighborhoods. They're there anyway. It's been exacerbated by the fact that currently a number of the parole offices that were in other parts of our county, like in Roseville, have shut down. And we have all of those people are now moving to our area because most of them can't get transportation. And we have an increasing number in our churches of people who are what I call the new homeless. At my own church, we have more and more people driving up in very nice cars wearing nice clothes with tears telling us they can't feed their families and they can't find a place for them to live, and they're living in their cars. And yeah, we all wish it wasn't that way. But it is. And either we continue to deal with them under difficult circumstances, or we provide ways where particularly the nonprofits in this community can try to help solve the problem. And what you are recommending will allow us to do that. And I'd like to just plead that you do everything you can, not only to make it happen, but to make it happen as quickly as possible. Any questions? If not, I'm glad to.
I have one. You started off saying that your church personally handles 200 to 250 every Tuesday night?
Yes, sir. Every Tuesday morning.
Every Tuesday morning. How many of those are you actually housing?
We're not housing any right now. What we're doing is providing sleeping bags and tents, because otherwise they're sleeping literally under a tree in their clothes. And if I can take just a moment, there's four kinds of homeless we're dealing with. There are those who just enjoy the lifestyle. They generally live way off the beaten track, off somewhere. They generally keep very clean camps. They're good people in society. They often work during the day or else pan for gold or whatever and come up with enough money to survive. And they're not a problem. The sheriff's department will tell you most of those people are not a problem. There's what I call the feral homeless. They're addicted, or else most of them mentally ill, or else they're sex offenders that have nowhere they can figure out to live. And they're the ones that cause most of our problems. And I think most of us, I think the Salvation Army and I have talked a number of times about this, we would appreciate if the county would tighten up those who get involved in crime and deal with the problems, the criminal element. Then there are those who are the result of our economy. And if we don't help them, they're going to be pushed into a life of crime just to survive. And they got no place to live. Folks, they're all over this part of the county in the woods, and they're all over the city. And if we can't figure out a way to solve the problem well, they'll solve it themselves, and most of that means we'll go to crime. And we're trying to keep that from happening. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Is there any regard as to whether these people are California residents, Placer County residents, or they just come in?
In our own setting, we finally had to limit, because of the number of people that we were dealing with, to people who are from this area of Placer County, and realizing there are other resources in Roseville and other places. And so, but I think legally, to try to sort out and say, well, you're on this boundary somehow, and if you're beyond it, we won't help you. When we're from organizations that claim to care for people, and so we try to help everybody, but we've had, just because of resources, because almost all of the money that we do use to help comes from our own pockets. We have a large community garden. We raise food so we can give these people healthy food, as well as working with the Placer Food Bank and others. But we spend easily $3,000 to $5,000 a month often just on food, to try to provide food for folks, much less clothing and other things.
Do we get much financial help from either the state or the feds?
Not currently, and most nonprofits have tended to be, particularly churches, a little leery of that, because it crosses the boundary between separation of church and state, and with money from the state generally comes control. And so we have, most of us, not all of us, but many of us have avoided that, because we don't want the state telling us what we have to do in other areas of our lives. So most of what we do, at least, and I can't speak for myself, I know Salvation Army gets some help. There is a grant that Salvation Army has just gotten to help, that was part of a federal program. And we're all doing it a little different, but we're all scrambling to try to deal with a problem that nobody wants. None of us want it, right? But we've got it whether we like it or not, so we're trying to do it as best we can. Did you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I did. You said there were 4 types of homelessness, and you listed 3.
Yeah, the fourth one are the occasional homeless. And please don't place a value judgment on this, but they're the people that traditionally in low-end jobs work at Burger King or Taco Bell or load trucks at a terminal somewhere. They have work for a while, and then they get out, and they generally have support. They generally have friends they can spend time with or do things, and they get food and clothing when they need it, and then they're back in the workforce, and they're back in and out. It's those middle 2 that are the big problem. The feral ones, we need tougher laws to handle the crime. But we also need freedom to deal with those people who actually they may be substance abusers, but it's an attempt to self-medicate to deal with the problems. Or the mental, you're probably very aware that most of the mental health facilities are not accepting, the Galleria is a perfect example. People who have serious problems, and they're on the street, and a lot of these people are seriously out of touch with reality, but are not a danger to those around them, so the state tosses them out, and we have to take care of them. Or there are people who have just lost their jobs. I can't tell you the number of people who have been lost their mortgages on $600–700 million houses, who pull up in a Lexus or a Mercedes and weep because they can't feed their families.
So the bottom line is, you think the zoning text amendments that we're considering here today will help?
Absolutely. Are they the whole solution to the problem? No, but they'll make a major difference. And I just really appreciate you hearing it and all you're going to do to help us.
Don't miss your appointment. Thanks for
Thank
your
you very
comments. Is there anybody else would like to comment? If so, come right on up.
Good morning. My name is Ken Payne, and I actually came here to speak on a separate issue on the agenda, but I've also have experience with this matter. I've been attending Valley Springs Presbyterian Church here and served many Monday nights dinners to the homeless people, and sat and ate with them at the same time. And so I'm very sensitive to this problem, as well as to the caliber of people that are homeless. One fellow I talked to one night was actually pharmaceutical salesman, and he just lost his job. These are professional people many times that lose their jobs and everything else that goes with it. So really encourage you to consider that the situation that so many people are in now as you deliberate on these changes. Thanks very much.
You're in support of the changes also?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Anybody else? Everybody's looking at everybody like, who goes next? Somebody.
Good morning. I'm Herb Whitaker. I'm the managing attorney of the local office of Legal Services of Northern California. And we have our office here in Auburn. We work with low-income clients and provide free legal assistance in civil cases. We had submitted a letter, which is part of your packet, and we've been discussing this matter with the Planning Commission. And I'm here to speak in favor of the staff's recommendation that this zoning ordinance be passed. I'll keep my comments very brief. To begin with, I do not have a high-tech presentation, but I do have an old-fashioned low-tech budget, which is my YIMBY budget, which I haven't used in about 10 years since I was before the Planning Commission with the Silver Bin Project. YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard. Yes in my backyard, because we do support proposals such as this, which would help establish affordable housing for needy residents. Let me begin by saying very quickly that in addition to working with legal services, I also work with PCOH, which is the Placer Coalition on Homelessness, and there's another representative here from PCOH, so I will let her speak. But I would like to just mention that this proposal was presented to our consortium on homelessness, and it's my understanding that the PCOH also endorses this proposal. In addition, I also work with the HPRP program. See, I'm full of all kinds of acronyms. And HPRP is one of the county programs that Pastor Dan was talking about, which is the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program, which is federal money, which is designed to help prevent homelessness and rehouse homeless. And that's the good news, which is that this program has been very successful. And we've been able to assist a large number of people to prevent homelessness or help them get rehoused. The bad news, however, is that the problem is still getting worse. From some of the reports that we have received from the Gathering Inn, which is our nomadic homeless shelter here in Placer County, they have reported to us that they see approximately one new homeless person per day at their shelter. And we're not just talking about food and tents, we're talking about people seeking shelter through their homeless project. So that's 30 new homeless per month, one per day. So I would sort of agree with Pastor Dan's characterization of 4 different types of homeless, but we also have other characterizations. We now have the nouveau homeless, the new homeless that we never had before. I would also like to emphasize that we have a large number of individuals with mental illnesses. Now, the commission members asked for some various information about the homeless population, and I would like to report that this is something that's very difficult for us to get a grip on, but we did do a homeless count, and I attached that to my letter, and so that is in the commission's packet today. And just a very quick look at the homeless count will show you that from the standpoint of a count, a census that was done as of last January 2009, at that time we found that there were 33 homeless children that were identified on that day. We also discovered that there were 180 individuals with mental illnesses which were discovered on that day. There were 55 veterans. There were 97 victims of domestic violence. So that just gives you one quick little snapshot of what the homeless population looked like on that day, and I'm sorry to have to report that the situation has actually gotten worse in the last year. Our PCOH group has also performed a survey where we actually question members of the homeless population that we're able to find to try to get some more information, such as, are you from out of state? Are you from another county? How long have you been homeless, and why are you homeless, and that sort of thing. And we would be very happy to share that information with you. I didn't bring it with me today. I didn't know that that would be an issue. Thank you for listening to those brief comments. I would like to just conclude by saying that we have reviewed the staff proposal as amended, and we would certainly recommend that this commission adopt the staff proposal.
Herb, you know, we're only going to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, which means this will bubble up on their calendar at some time. You might have that data available for them. It might be of interest to them at that level, when I know you'll appear before them and support. Thank you for your comments. Any
Right.
questions?
Thank you.
Yes, not. Anybody else want to speak? If so, come right on up.
Good morning. My name is Susan Farrington. I am the Executive Director of the Sierra Foothills AIDS Foundation. I am also the current chair of the Placer Consortium on Homelessness and the co-chair of the Nevada Placer Continuum of Care. I am here in support of the recommendations to change the ordinances as amended. As the representative of PCOH, I'd like to thank the commission and the staff from the county in allowing us to take part in this process. Staff has been done an exemplary job of keeping us aware of the ordinances as it was developed and has taken our recommendations to amend it quite seriously. As Herb mentioned, we did a summer count in the summer of 2009, and one of the things that we were asking at that point was of people who were marginally housed, or as we call them, couch surfing. And we found over 700 people on that day in this county were either literally homeless or in precarious housing. That, as Herb has mentioned, that problem has gotten worse. My agency is also one of the collaborators in the Homelessness Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. We work specifically with people at risk of losing their housing and people specifically with disabilities. We have served over 110 people in the year that we've participated in this program so far. Unfortunately, the limits of the program, the regulations required by HUD have limited us, and we've actually had to deny some people services, which is just unconscionable in this particular point in our economy. It's virtually impossible for someone at Social Security indigent supplement level of $850 a month to find permanent housing in this county without the availability of supportive housing. It also is necessary that emergency shelters be available for this population as well as the general public. As I said, we do support this ordinance and hope to continue to work with the county and staff in helping to bring more money to our county to deal with some of these issues. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Susan? I guess not. Thanks for
Thank you
taking
for
your
your
time
time
to come and for working on the project with staff. Is there anybody else would like to comment? I see nobody moving. Okay, I'll cut off the public comment input and bring it back to the commission for discussion and resolution. The staff has recommended that we forward a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So is there any discussion on this matter?
I have concerns, I guess.
Okay.
Churches are something that are typically allowed, with permits, but in a residential neighborhood. We have, looking at this point-in-time homeless count in Placer County, a high percentage of the homeless and people seeking these services are people having mental illness or having substance abuse problems. And then I heard the other pastor say that they finally had to, after serving 250 plus homeless folks, had to limit the number of people they've serviced and try to limit it to their specific area because people were coming from far away and being attracted to where the services are. I have a concern about inviting this into neighborhood residential areas when there is no way to look at somebody and say, oh, you're feral homeless, if that's a proper term, or you're okay. So having no ability to determine who really is not desirable to have in a residential neighborhood. And knowing that these facilities have the tendency to attract from far-reaching areas, I have concerns about making that easier to happen.
How would you change it?
Good question, and that I'm not, and I mean, I'd love to hear a suggestion, but I have concerns over putting that in place to happen easier than it can happen now, I guess.
Chris, do you have any comments on this, having lived with this for the last year?
This basically deals with people who are staying someplace overnight, whereas Pastor Dan's facility is feeding people. And
he said tents set up out there and everything else. And there again, I have concern over sanitation facility. People you can't identify somebody was here last night that looked like that, but we don't know who, and those type of things.
I think this ordinance is actually, personally, is addressing the problem to get these people. I think it's a bigger issue if they're sleeping under tents than in a permanent facility, a church, for instance. So I understand your concerns about being near residential areas, and I'm not sure how we can address that.
I just don't want to create a new problem by trying to solve an old one.
I wonder if someone from Gathering Inn can address if any other facilities have caused any problems with neighbors, perhaps? And if there has been problems, maybe we can work on some kind of standard that we can impose to try to address those.
Say, Chris, just maybe for clarification on this, we're talking about emergency shelter,
Correct.
and we're talking about 60 beds or less.
Right.
So that says beds, it doesn't say tents.
Right. I was saying that the shelter is the much better option to help with the problem than not doing anything, and these folks are living in tents under railroad bridges, et cetera.
Well, like in the churchyard, would tents meet the zoning ordinance or not?
I don't believe they're staying on his church property. I think he was just saying that these are folks that are currently homeless, living in tents, and he's providing meals and even camping equipment, I believe he said.
Ken Payne standing behind you. Maybe do you want to talk on this issue, Ken? All right, we'll allow it.
Hi, Ken Payne again, and just speaking from my experience with the Gathering Inn at Valley Springs, they do sleep inside on mats. The men and women are segregated in two different areas of the church, and the supervision is very strict, and there's curfews, there's chores and cleanup duties that this group agrees to, and it seems to be very well monitored. I haven't seen any problems with the literally hundreds of people that I've seen come through there. So it is overnight. In my experience, it's overnight accommodations and dinner, and they have use of the restroom facilities there, and then they're also commissioned with cleaning up afterwards before they leave the next morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your input. Any other discussion or comments? Yes, Paul.
Just maybe a point of clarification, as it relates to the houses of worships and allowing these facilities there, houses of worships in residential areas and in the farm and residential agricultural zone always require approval of a use permit. So as part of that process, they could set a condition to allow it or not allow it as part of that. So
What an interesting problem in semantics that will be. Feral homeless, no. Other homeless, yes. Now define it. Tough. Really tough. Yeah. Okay, any other comments?
I guess I share some of the concerns is how do you police the length of stay? If they're supposed to be temporary, 1 or 2 nights, but obviously once you get settled in and are comfy, how do you manage that?
Wouldn't that be something you would address in the use permit?
Probably. You probably would. But should we not create some guidelines that we think are acceptable for use permits. I guess I'll turn to staff and see what they say about it.
In the definition for the emergency shelter, we limit it to 6 months or less. Temporary housing for the
6 nights or less, you said?
6 months.
Oh, 6
For
months.
the individuals. So we do try to cap it, and I think the belief is by 6 months, they should either have found permanent housing or move into one of the other types of transitional supportive housing.
My hesitance, Larry, is that I don't have enough data or information or intelligence to make some sort of a knowledgeable recommendation with respect to standards. I'm almost of the opinion that we're going to have to do this to comply with state law and then kind of feel it out as we go to determine if there is any guidance that needs to be created kind of after the fact.
Undoing it gets awful hard, though.
I realize that.
Well, I guess I would say 6 months seems like a long time. And that's what I was concerned about, is that pretty soon you have the same group of people and there's no incentives for them to leave. You're actually, I'm afraid you're going to set up a short circuit system.
Perhaps, if I may suggest this, the answer to this is to go ahead and recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they take up this matter and put our concerns in the forwarding letter that you've addressed here, and perhaps then that will give Chris and the other folks who work with him an opportunity to work on this in committee and perhaps come up with a meaningful standard rather than having it imposed on them from here.
I can live with that. I suspect what will happen is it'll come back and say, yeah, we think your idea is great, give us some standards.
Well, the point is, by that time, we will have had community input, and perhaps we will have had the opportunity to create a meaningful standard rather than something somewhat arbitrary. Paul, you look like you want to speak.
Mr. Chairman, with your direction, we'd be more than happy to go and make, work on an ordinance to forward to the Board of Supervisors based on your comments, and make sure those comments are forwarded to the board as a part of that packet. So any comments you want to make or direction to us to prepare or make modifications to the zoning text amendment, we'd be happy to do that and forward that recommendation to the board.
Okay. Harry?
Yeah, we went through all this about 10 years ago. What's changed? Except the economy to drive more people to these facilities.
I think state law changed.
If you build more facilities or provide more facilities, more people are going to come. We all know. So something has to be done. And I don't believe that it is creating more things for them to do, to live in. 6 months, it's crazy in my mind.
Well,
I'm still kind of struggling in between issues here. It seems like we've got a lot of kind of issues here. And at any rate, as far as the church goes, I guess what I'm hearing is, according to the emergency shelter ordinance, that's going to require a conditional use permit or a minor use permit?
Right now, if you're in a residential zone where churches, houses of worship are existing, you would have to get a use permit to add emergency shelters to that existing house of worship.
Okay. And that applies to overnight stays, not if it's a kitchen, that's a different situation that they're providing? Or different, not even in this ordinance then, right?
Chris, help me out with that.
I think the question is are existing churches that are providing services or hosting the gathering in, would they be required to get a use permit to continue?
I think to the extent that a current house of worship is got programs ongoing that are not emergency shelters, they probably are in compliance with the code, but an emergency shelter includes the overnight accommodation and things like that. So it's an expanded program. They'd have to come in and get a modification of their existing use permit to implement that expanded program. But to the extent they're in compliance today, they continue to operate the way they operate today.
And this would be even in the multifamily residential districts too? Or is that just a condition of zoning?
Well, there's a zoning clearance for emergency shelters in the multifamily residential. That's different from houses of worship. That is just if somebody came in and wanted to operate an emergency shelter. That would be allowed with a zoning clearance.
And in the RM zone, houses of worship require a use permit.
Okay. And so I think in order to have an emergency shelter then, I think that answers that question. Though I was hearing the issue about just people serving meals, like the one church we heard from, it sounds like on Tuesday morning they served 250 meals. And apparently that is a function of the church and really not addressed by this ordinance?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chris, one question I've got. For the emergency shelter, that falls under the 6-month.
Correct.
So, because I think that's one of the big issues here. If it's transitional housing, it can go up to 24 months, and so the issue is 6 months too long for emergency shelter, or is 3 months, or is a month? You know what? Yeah, what's
I'm not sure
the state law on that?
I'd have to look at the state law, but I believe most jurisdictions are using the 6-month standard. And it very may well be in the state definition for the emergency shelters, 6 months or less.
Okay, so it's law.
I bet if you put that to the vote of the public, 6 months would not be approved. My personal thought.
It might not be. We went through this with homeless shelters. Remember, every time one of those came up, every neighbor came and objected to it, and finally the state revised the law, said they had the right to do it as a matter of right, and that kind of put an end to it. That's what I see happening here, is the state clamping down on this for the very reason that you say. Ironically, it is
Yeah,
a
and I
problem
think
we
that was
have.
the intent of SB 2, is each jurisdiction has to have one zone where it's permitted as of right.
So, gentlemen, a question that I would ask is, are there any portions of this that need additional study, data, or recommendations before we can deal with it?
Well, it seems like if the 6-month stay is not really discretion, not in the county's discretion to change, then that's something that we're stuck with. And so that probably is the question that we need to.
Well, I thought I just heard Chris say that wasn't all over 6 months.
And I believe that the 6-month standard is used by the other jurisdictions.
I'd like to see some way of determining that we're servicing the people of our county's needs, that we're not creating an attractive, well, no, I wasn't gonna say, but an attractive spot to invite people from all over. Oh, come to Placer County, they've got this great setup. Obviously, word spreads, and there obviously is a far-reaching need, and obviously, if you're not tied to home, to travel to get these benefits isn't.
That would be nice, but is it practical?
Well, I don't know that, I mean, is it practical to dump a couple of hundred people into a residential neighborhood for an indeterminate amount of time, and is that practical for the neighborhood? And so if there is a way of coming up and finding out that we're actually servicing our folks.
Maybe Mr. Finley could answer this question for me. If indeed the state does not specify that it's a 6 months minimum, would the conditional permit be able to place a time period on each individual case-by-case basis?
We were just discussing that. Frankly, I'm not familiar with the derivation of this definition, so I don't know where the 6 months came from. If it is required by state law, then of course you could not reduce that number. If it is simply at the discretion of the jurisdiction, yes, the jurisdiction could reduce that number, and as a condition of the permit, you could reduce that to less than 6 months.
It is in state law.
So if it isn't state law, then that's
Page 31 of your attachment defines emergency shelter. So it's in state code.
It is
6 months.
Okay, so that's binding on us.
Can we take that out of the residential neighborhoods?
Could we? It's the,
I asked you first.
I think we need to, amongst us, we need to be clear that this is not all residential neighborhoods we're talking about. We're talking about
multifamily.
Multifamily residential neighborhoods.
And if it's near the other residential within 500 feet, they would have to come in for the use permit. So that's where we can put in additional standards. But I don't think we can touch the 6 months because that's state law.
Could we make the finding that if we allowed the churches to have longer duration of stay, but the residential community, where you're putting an isolated island in a residential or multi-residential community, maybe have it for a lesser period of time, and maybe that would allow us to make the finding that, you know, some of our locations are up to 6 months, but we felt that it was overloading most residential communities to have that stay.
Comment to that is a lot of churches are in residential
I
areas.
understand that, but there's a manager there, and there's usually a board of directors or a church family that oversees the operation, and somehow I tend to think there's more of a management unit to oversee it, and they're typically churches have small commercial kitchens in them, as an example. You don't have that in most residential homes that are going to be housing these people. I mean, this is just my personal experience with my own church. We have a lot of transient people come up for the weekend and sleep on the floor, go skiing, and go home the next day. Well, we do have a commercial kitchen, and so it is possible to feed them properly, and we have adequate bathroom facilities and showers and stuff. You're not going to necessarily have that condition in a residential situation. So maybe we need to stair-step, I don't know, maybe stair-step it up some. Just a thought.
It still comes back to, you know, churches would be able to do this as a part of their conditional use permit. And so, so they're not really bound to this condition of zoning that we're talking about here, which would be in the residential mixed, what do we call it, neighborhoods. And so I think what you're talking about there would be something that could be handled under this, but to swap it for the at least what I'm hearing, to swap it for the at least one zoning that it's a condition of the zoning. Seems like we couldn't do that. I don't know. But.
Well, maybe not. I'm just thinking typically church properties are larger. They have more room. They have more yard space. They have, you know, there is, to me, it seems like it could be a better situation there than in some residential quarter-acre lots or 10,000 square foot lots or smaller, trying to house some number of people and not having the natural buffers, I guess, that you would have with a church. I just...
So that would be an argument for a conditional, a change of the conditional use permit for that church.
Certainly, yeah.
But I think what we're struggling with is finding one zoning that the condition of zoning allows for somebody to develop a facility that can house 60 or less people as a condition of their zoning for 6 months.
Do these typical places that allow this in the residential, not the church so much, but the residential places, are they reimbursed for the people that come stay there by any state or federal program?
In the case of Gathering Inn, I don't believe they receive any taxpayer funding. And one of the key things about Gathering Inn is I believe all of their clients or the homeless are bused in to each site, They don't filter into the streets. They arrive via Gilderland's buses.
You got it?
Well, are we overloaded on this issue?
Where do we go now? Sports?
I don't know where we go. There's a couple options. Forward it with comments, send it back for additional study in one area or another, and I don't have a feeling one way or the other. Rich?
Well, I just have the feeling that, you know, based on the discussion we're having, there's really not any ideas that we can come up that are different than what was presented to us. And so if that's the case, I'd be willing to make the recommendation that we forward this to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, are you making all the findings included in the staff report? Pages 9 and 10?
Yeah, including the negative declaration prepared for this zoning text amendment and the zoning text amendments related to the emergency shelters, transitional and supportive housing are consistent with the Placer County General Plan and implement the following general plan housing element policies.
Okay, so there's a motion to forward it to the Board of Supervisors as recommended by staff.
Now, in that, because we were talking about a letter to the supervisors, you know, from us with our concerns. I mean, not that we really have any recommendations, but just the concerns.
Well, let's do this, Ken. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it for discussion's sake.
Okay, yeah, we're going to have discussion, and we can certainly have input with respect to whether we want to accompany this motion along with a letter of concern or express our concerns to the Board of Supervisors. And from what I've heard so far, there seems to be an oil and water issue here of having these type facilities in residential. I didn't hear it expressed with other zone areas.
Right.
Did I understand that correct?
That's my big concern.
Yeah.
In multifamily residential.
Oh, both?
Well, I
No.
just say residential, I think in general is.
So make sure, Jeff, that Paul understands what you're saying, because he's going to have to draft that letter.
Make it good.
Okay.
I just, like I said, I have a concern when we're inviting in, directing in, large numbers of folks who just aren't part of the neighborhood to start with. And, you know, whether it be into a multifamily residential or a single-family residential neighborhood that people have picked because of the quality of the neighborhood and now we're potentially drastically changing some of that. You know, I'd like to see two things. One, I'd like to see a way of limiting that exposure to those residential neighborhoods. And two, a way of determining that the folks we're servicing are Placer County residents.
Okay. Well, like I said, we'll go and do some more research and make sure that we forward those comments to the board, and if there's some suggestions we can make, we'll do that.
Larry, do you have anything to add to those comments?
Well, I still have the concern about the time constraints. I think the time frame is something,
Should we-
but it was a little surprising to me that it was as long as it is.
We'll look at that. We did actually verify here, there does appear to be a reference to 6 months under state law, so we can take a look at that. But if it is required that that's the definition under state law, I'm afraid that's what the county will be stuck with.
But could we bifurcate it and have it for some, have the 6 months period for some types of, say, at churches and things like that, and not necessarily for residential stays?
Well, we'll have to take a look at it. Frankly, when you start treating houses of worship differently than other uses, you get into different issues.
We only need one zone that requires no discretionary approval, is that correct?
That's our understanding, yes.
At least one, correct.
Well, I was gonna say, if we pick one, hopefully it's not a residential zone.
Right now, it's the residential multifamily.
Harry, do you have any additional comments to add?
No, I lived through this 10 years ago.
That's why we're looking to you as the expert.
Yeah.
And Ken, do you have any?
No, because
Okay, you agree with what was said. Mickey?
I'm good.
No, okay. Do you want to amend your motion to include transmitting those comments to the Board of Supervisors?
Just
Yeah.
an attached memo, it doesn't have to be a formal letter. I think just an attached memo saying we had these concerns and forwarded on, knowing full well that.
Yeah, and he's included that as part of the motion, and your second then includes those comments. Is there any further discussion on this matter? If not.
Roll call.
Pardon? Roll call. Okay, let's vote on this, and Kathy might as well take it one by one.
Mr. Denayo,
Yes.
Mr. Sevison,
Yes.
Mr. Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
No?
Mr. Crabb,
No.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes?
Mr. Brentnall.
Yes. Okay, it looks like it passes 5-2, and that will be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration along with the additional comments.
We'll be right back here.
At this point, let's take 5 minutes break and resume.
Thank you.
Thank you all for attending. Resume. The next item on the agenda is the Community Plan Amendment, update to the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan, just the transportation element.
Okay, Mr. Chair, before we get started on this, I'm going to have to recuse myself. I have land that's affected, property that's affected by this, so I'm going to have to step down and step out.
The record will reflect that Ken Denayo recused himself and left the dais. Thank you, Ken. Andrew, you may proceed.
Okay, Andrew Gaber, Public Works. And also with me today, there's several other staff members. There's Phil Vashon from the Department of Public Works, Alex Fish from the Planning Department. We have Jim Brennan from Brennan Associates, who did the sound study, and Dave Stanek with Farron Piers with the traffic consultant. So we met with you earlier at the public hearing and presentation. Since then, we've completed the circulation. We've completed the final EIR. We had 205 comment letters, emails, or speakers making comments on this, and we've responded to them. I know you've all read that very large, thick final EIR that we presented to you. Yeah, not the large, thick one. Anyway, in going through, looking at all the responses, there was, they covered a whole series of different issues, but basically there were 7 main areas of concern that we called our master responses, and I'm going to be going over what those responses were. But we're also here today, if you have other questions, answer those. If the public has other questions, we're here to respond to those. And at the end of the hearing, we'd like to get a recommendation from the Planning Commission for the project and the update to the Board of Supervisors. So one of the main issues that was discussed is that at Baseline Road in Cookriolo, there is a diverter, which is this little line right out in the middle of the intersection. And basically what it forces people to do is if you're coming from Roseville, you've got to either turn left or turn right. And if you're coming from Cookriolo, again, you have to make the same movements. You can't go straight through. Again, long history behind this, and it basically is that when we did the previous analysis in the old circulation element, there's a lot of concern that if this diverter wasn't placed here, Cookriolo becomes a commuter route down to PFE and over to Laga and to Watt. And originally the Wood Creek Oak subdivision, this intersection was supposed to be offset to one side, and so that avoid this problem, City of Roseville, in their wisdom, for some reason decided that no, it should be lined up, which present us the problem, and now we have the diverter there to keep it from happening. Seems to be overwhelming support from the residents of Roseville to remove it. There also seems to be support from the residents of Placer County to remove it. What we're proposing is that we can remove it, but that we need to provide traffic calming devices further down on PFE and Cookriolo to keep this from becoming a major commuter route. But by doing that, you're allowed this commute or this to get removed It provides better access for people that are taking their kids to the schools in the area, provides better circulation. And again, one of the big issues that the folks from Roseville talk about is that it's causing people to go through other residential neighborhoods to get where they need to go. We can understand that problem. We deal with that daily basis. The city of Roseville has done some analysis and traffic counts out there. They find that there's 42 people at least a day that are going, are going around this diverter or going up that way. It's easy enough to do, but it does cause problems. It's a problem we'd like to deal with. It's going the wrong way there. And again, ultimately, in the future, we even show that by putting the traffic diverter, you can allow the road to go through, and our volumes actually do drop because it becomes a less convenient route for commuters, but it becomes a convenient route for those people going to school and doing local trips. The second big issue that we had was that the widening of Laga Road to 6 lanes. And this came up because when you read the existing community plan, it has 2 options for Laga and PFE. It says if you close PFE Road, which is what it does now, you need to build Laga to 6 lanes. It also says that if you leave PFE Road open, that Laga only needs to be 4 lanes. So we took the conservative approach and we said, okay, since our project is to remove the diverter or remove the closure on PFE, we're going to take the worst case example and say, okay, Laga is only going to be 4 lanes. Okay, existing community plan does call for it to be 6. And so we could take that, what we said, no, we're going to do it this way. The other important thing to realize is that what we've done now is only a planning level document, okay? We've not done a construction level. We've not gone out there and surveyed all the roads. We don't know exactly every impact because we're only trying to figure out how many lanes they need to be, what our levels of service will be, and how the area will circulate. One of the things that you'll hear from the folks about Doyle Ranch and Morgan Creek is that this is going to impact their frontage improvements. Absolutely it will. But the question is that we're unable at this point in time to make a real exact determination as to what those impacts are. Again, it's a plain level document. It's not a construction level. Looking at, Laga Road, from here to there, one of the things that we realized is that you already have Riolo Vineyards, which is approved for this area here. You have Silver Creek, which is approved there. These 2 are existing developments. Part of this frontage here, it will be a greenway, but is along the frontage of the Placer Vineyards. There's another phase of the Sun Valley Oaks that's up here. A large part of this is unspoken for, but could be developed. And so our sense is that within the next 15, 20 years, you are going to see this all develop, much like Roseville and Sacramento have. It's no longer going to be these open fields. It's going to be very much the same thing that you've got along here, except that we're saying you're going to need to have 6 lanes to get traffic through, not the 4 lanes. One of the things that we did do at your request and also to help the public understand is we said, okay, given the existing pavement that's out there, the existing improvements, what would happen if we just tried to, did a rough look at putting in 6 lanes? And it's kind of hard to see here. I wish I could make it a little darker for you. But basically what we were able to see is that, again, working off of a Google Earth photo, is that, yes, you can get 6 lanes in without any huge impacts to the neighbors. You've got, this is their existing sidewalk. They've got a sound berm along here. We're staying outside of that. There's the row of oak trees that have been, that were to be preserved, and they're there. It looks like we're still going to be able to leave them in place. Yes, there will be some additional widening that looks like underneath them. It may affect some of the drip lines. Again, when it comes time to design this, we'll know exactly what those impacts are. This is the other side of the intersection. Again, we're still able to show that it appears at this point in time, based on, again, a really quick and dirty look, that we can make it work without any huge impacts to the neighborhoods or the residences out there. One of the questions we keep getting asked is that, well, if we intended it to go to 6 lanes, why does it only get built out as 4 lanes? My understanding is that it was based on 2 issues. One is that the idea that the intent to preserve these oak trees, which they did do, and the second thing is that you don't need 6 lanes out there right now. It's we're dealing with a similar instance with Riola Vineyards is coming in along here, this portion of Laga. Their frontage here, they're only being required initially to build out 4 lanes of pavement. Okay, they're ultimately required to build the full 6, but at this point in time, they're only required to build 4 because that's all we need right now. We'll get to that point next. Okay. Next item was the new Laga Road Bridge that we currently are designing, and we're seeking funding for. This is being done by the design section of Public Works. So while we're still under the same department, we know where the project, we've seen it, we can talk to them about it. They've done their own mitigated neg deck for the project, which went before the board in January of 2009 and has been approved. The bridge deck is being proposed. It's going to be 100.5 feet wide. When you get some of the federal funding and state for bridges, you are allowed to design for what your actual traffic needs are with a small amount for future growth. And so what you'll see on this is that initially we have 4 lanes, 2 12-foot lanes, and a 20-foot median, which allows us in the future when we need 6 lanes to go to 3 11-foot lanes in each direction, and we reduce the median down to 2 foot wide. The pedestrian, there's a class 1 bikeway pathway on one side of the bridge. There's an 8-foot pedestrian way on the other side of the bridge. Those stay, they don't get affected. It's only the pavement in the middle that gets adjusted to accommodate the difference in the number of lanes. You can also see one of the reasons, the justifications for doing this is that this is a rough schematic, but this is the elevation of the existing and location of the existing bridge. This is where the new bridge will be. So it's going up in 8 feet, and it's also moving over to align better with the alignment that's out there in front of Doyle Creek and Doyle Ranch and Morgan Creek. And again, it's coming up to get out of the flood zone. Next question or issue is that we're proposing changes to transportation policy number 6. And right now that states that the rights-of-way road shall be wide enough to accommodate roadways, trails, bikeways, et cetera, et cetera. And what we're asking for is we're adding some language is that we want to be able to modify these right-of-way standards at our discretion to exclude certain items. And let me show you a little bit more idea of what we're trying to do. You've seen the Placer Vineyards projects, you've seen some of the other development projects coming through, and what we're finding is that they want to do these wide walkways, they want to do benches, they want to do street lighting, they want to do other amenities within the public right-of-way. And as Planter County, we simply have no way to maintain those. We could, Roseville has done some interesting things where they will do a maintenance district where they will actually, require that the homeowners association becomes part of this maintenance district, and then they go out there and the city will hire a contractor and maintain them. Placer County's position is that if the homeowners and the residents want to have those amenities, we're happy with that. It's that they need to be outside the right-of-way. So what we're saying is that the planning department, facility services, anybody can still require that these amenities get constructed and be part of the project. We're saying we simply want the ability to say, no, the public right-of-way ends there. The homeowners association is going to have to maintain those amenities. I'm talking with the developers of Placer Vineyards, of Riola Vineyards, and what have you. They like this idea because, again, it allows them to do other amenities that we would not be able to allow them to do that make it a nicer neighborhood for their residents.
Excuse me, wait a minute, before you go further. Are you talking about property that's still on the public right-of-way?
This area here would not be, correct, would not be the public right-of-way.
So
Our
you
pu-
never had anything to say about that anyway? I mean, that's a question.
Well, right now, okay, if you look at, let me see if I can get back to those pictures real quick. Oops, going the wrong way. Okay, if you look at, like along their frontage here, this landscaping, this trail, that's currently in the public right-of-way. Okay, so Placer County is responsible for maintaining that. Okay, and so what we're saying is in the future, okay, if you want to have that, we're happy with you having that, but that's not going to be in the public right-of-way, simply because we don't have a way to maintain it. Now, the planning, like I said, the planning departments and the developers are saying they're happy providing it and requiring it. It's simply that it's not going to be public, it's going to be maintained and owned by the HOA.
I'm still not following. What's changing?
Right now, the public right-of-way goes back to a certain point here. So maintaining this area, this landscaped area and this pathway is Placer County's responsibility. What we're saying is in the future, what we want to be able to have the ability to say is, okay, Placer County's responsibility ends at the edge of pavement, that maintaining this type of landscaping would be responsibility of the HOA.
So if they put it in, they'll be required to maintenance it. If we require them to do it,
Correct.
they have to take care of it, but we still own it, the public. It's public right away. The citizens own it, not the HOA, not the developer or the homeowners.
That's going to change project by project, or could change project by project.
How does that work? I'm sorry. If
Okay.
public land is
What-
public
what
land,
you
how
was-
can they acquire the use or
What,
help me out here?
okay, in many areas, what you'll also find is, okay, within this area here, you'll also find public utilities.
Yeah, easements. But I
An
mean, who
easement,
owns
correct.
that land? We do? The public?
If it's most likely going to end up being the HOA in many instances.
They will gain ownership of it.
Correct.
So do we sell it to them? Do we get money for it? We just
Well,
give
no,
it to them?
okay. If it's an existing, like this area here, nothing will change in this area here. This only applies to new developments.
Well,
Okay.
New or old, the public land part is what I'm trying to get my mind around. How is it that if we still own the land, we can require them to maintenance it if
No,
we
no,
put
we
something
will
in?
not, we will not own the land, but there will be an easement over this.
Well, who does that? I'm losing the public right-of-way part. Isn't the public right-of-way goes to that
The
lower
public
your
right-of-way
red
will go
line?
to the curb, okay?
That's edge of pavement. Now, the property line is down there?
Right, so the
So
property.
that still belongs to the county, right?
No. In this instance, it will, but in a new development, Riolo Vineyards, Placer Vineyards, Silver Creek, a bunch of these others, that the public right-of-way will very likely end at the curb. That this area here will be owned by the HOA as like any other open space lot within their development. It's just that there will be easements over it.
Right, but then what you're saying is that the public is now given this property to the homeowners association?
In a new development, we never had it.
They're not granting right-of-way to the county.
Correct. They're not, their right-of-way that they're going to grant us is only going to be for the pavement. It's not going to be for these other landscaped areas.
Question, are we still then requiring landscaping of those areas?
Yes,
So-
we can still require the landscaping, we can still require all the other amenities. It's simply that it will not be a requirement that it's in the public right-of-way.
And so then is bike path and pedestrian going to be included in this area? So you're going to put the homeowners association in the position of having to ensure for public access through their property then?
Well, again, along the public roads. Okay? If you've got private internal roads, we don't get involved in that.
No, but then on the frontage of a situation like this, you would require the HOA to maintain a pedestrian trail, a bike trail, or whatever.
Correct.
And have it open to the public and have them then be responsible for its upkeep and compliance with code or ADA or whatever.
Correct.
And this would go for an individual who owns it as opposed to a homeowner association if they own the land?
With an individual homeowner, this wouldn't apply. This is only going to be something that's going to apply, like I said, to Placer Vineyards, to regional Riola Vineyards, large developments like that.
Well, who makes the call between the two? I mean, you got two houses versus one house? I mean, I'm not following how you can not arbitrarily decide between who gets the...
The decision's going to be made is, okay, if you're with, one of the larger projects, okay, and you've got to build, miles of roadway, okay, and you want to have certain other amenities in that, along the frontage of your units, okay, it's very likely that we're going to say, yes, you need to have those amenities, but no, they don't need to be in the right-of-way, the public right-of-way.
You can require them to be on their own private property and on the public right-of-way both, and we will require you to maintain these standards. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I guess maybe a little bit of confusion on my part is now how, if the HOA is going to, I guess, own that area, there's going to be maybe some easements for power lines and stuff within the HOA's property, but say the HOA over time runs into budget problems and the sidewalk cracks and becomes dangerous and the appearance goes down. Now, what kind of hook or what would be the leverage that the county would have at that point in time to make sure that proper maintenance gets taken care of? Or maybe none, I don't know.
It becomes basically a code enforcement issue, that you've got to go out there. If they're not maintaining a safe facility, that they're required to make it a safe facility. You're right. You could ultimately end up in a lawsuit with them or taking it over.
Yeah, so I guess versus if the county maintains the right-of-way, which gives you future flexibility if you have to widen the road or something, but could the county give the homeowner association an easement? Would that be another alternative, or?
That's possible, yes.
So I guess, how do you determine the balance point here? What are we really talking about? I don't know. It's a little confusing.
Well, and that's exactly, I think, what the point is that what we're saying is that we want the ability to be able to say yes or no. And we want the ability to say, this is how this is going to work in this proposal, in this project.
And when you say we, you mean?
Placer County.
Placer County. So it would come to us, not just to...
Right. When you would see another project come through, that there would be a determination there, and it'd be in the findings and in the conditions that, okay, this area is going to be owned by the county, or no, it's not going to be owned by the county, and who's going to be responsible for maintaining it.
And you would say that this would not apply to a single family?
Correct.
So if somebody owned a mile of stretch individual, then the next one was the housing development, it would stop and start and stop and start. Because these people own this property as individual family, but this is a development with a lot of people, so those same rules wouldn't apply.
Looking at this would only right now apply to the Dry Creek area.
Well, no, let's apply to the entire county, because, I mean, we're making this amendment, does that change it for the whole county,
no,
right?
This
It's
is
just
only
for this one little section.
This one little area for the Dry Creek zone, okay?
Okay.
And again, it's, when you look at, the Placer Vineyards project, which takes up the majority of the area here, and some of these other projects, they're interested in us doing this.
So if I'm looking up here, is baseline the end of it? And
correct.
I mean, we're talking about this one stretch, and forgive me, because I live on the other end of the county, so I'm really not familiar with this part, so I'd like to get it straight. What we're applying this zoning amendment to is just this one section.
Let me flip forward.
Just this area.
There we go. Just.
Well, it's the whole Dry Creek zone. I think I've got
It's 9,000 acres past it. So.
Okay, so the Dry Creek zone goes down to Pleasant Grove, down to the Sac County line, to the Roseville City line, and then up and then back to baseline. So it's everything within that zone. It would apply to everything that's in here. Okay, so that's
the area.
That's the area where it would apply. And again, This is Placer Vineyards, which takes up the majority of it. This is already an approved project. This is Riola Vineyards, which again is already an approved project. This is Doyle Ranch, Morgan Creek, which again approved. So you can see that there's not a whole lot of other areas where it's really going to be applicable.
Well, yeah, if these people are able to pull off what they want, if they don't go bankrupt and it gets split up and changes completely.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, this policy, though, could be, or I say policy, for this particular area, it could be a signal that the county is considering a change in policy in this regard?
Yes.
Okay.
And that funding these districts is becoming very problematic, and that we've actually had in the last year, I'm aware of, I think, at least 2 where we've had to dissolve the districts because we're unable to raise enough funds to maintain the improvements. And so basically we ended up giving the improvements back to the neighbors, the residents.
So this could become a countywide policy at some point in time. But I guess what I hear you saying is that the engineering department has the flexibility to propose this, but through the planning process, it would come to the commission ultimately, and at that time we would have the opportunity to ask you for the criteria that you used in making this decision.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
One way or another, the policy is going to remain the same, that adjacent to roadways, we want to have these amenities, trails and sidewalks and all of this stuff.
Absolutely.
The question is, who pays for it? What you're saying, the county's running out of money, I mean, that comes as no surprise. So we're going to transfer this to the homeowners association to maintain it. Why wouldn't we, as a county, as a condition of approval of the subdivision like Placer Vineyards, impose some sort of a special district or some mechanism for the payment of maintenance?
Because of the liability issues, in essence, that if you say they put in certain types of benches, certain types of bus shelters or what have you, say you then have some sort of an incident involving one of these, okay, now we as a county could be held liable for those. We have some liability because it's in the public right-of-way.
Incrementally, what does that do to our liability based upon that portion of the project versus our liability for everything in the county that goes on? I see the incremental increase is very close to zero. You know, anytime you do things as a public entity, there's liability.
Well, again, this is what.
What? We can't hear you.
And one of the issues, there we go. One of the issues here becomes the cost burden on the development of the project from the public costs. So when you fund all of the necessary maintenance costs, all that goes on the tax bill, and it may affect the ability of the project, for example, to bond for future improvements and things like that. So there's 2 things going on here. One is there's a liability element, but that's not the main issue here. That's a subsidiary. It's the fact that for many projects, by having this discretion, it will allow the project to be able to more flexibly build its improvements and maintain those in a cost-effective manner. And I'll just give you one example, is in the Tree Lake area of Granite Bay, the county used to maintain all of the landscaping along East Roseville Parkway. The homeowners association came in and asked to maintain that and took over the maintenance because it was more cost-effective for them to do so under their homeowners association than it was for the county.
Isn't that still funded through the county service area out there, though?
The maintenance of East Roseville Parkway is not. It's under the homeowners association. That was transferred over to the homeowners association, and the county's fee for that then went away. So these are some of the factors, and on a case-by-case basis, as Andrew indicates, when the projects come in, all these factors are put into play, and by and large, it's a matter of working with the developer to find a way that allows for the project amenities to be constructed and funded for maintenance over the long term. So this will increase the flexibility and the ability for this to happen.
Did the county vacate the right-of-way?
My recollection is because it was a right-of-way there, what we did is we did a license agreement there because it was an existing right-of-way. The county had already defined the right-of-way, and we had an existing fee mechanism in place. So we're in a long-term license agreement. The one thing to keep in mind here is, for example, if the homeowners association stops funding it, it does become problematic because enforcing that obligation. But our information, at least from the discussions, is the homeowners association have actually had a high motivation to keep those areas improved because it improves their property values. So, you know, they actually have a motivation there.
Okay. So maybe I kind of struggle a little bit if you could license the homeowner association, then why not maintain a right-of-way there that gives the county flexibility in the future?
And that may be one of the options. Again, it's probably a case-by-case determination based upon the project. It may be, for example, one of the reasons you might want to have a property line is it allows you to take advantage of that property line in your property size, as opposed to having a right-of-way there and licensing it back. So it may, you know, there's probably a number of factors that come into play here.
Yeah, seems like it.
And again, what we're proposing is that we're saying we have the discretion to make this determination. It's not automatically got to be one way or the other. Okay? Okay. One of the other concerns is that the impacts of widening Walerga to 6 lanes on Sutter County. And as you can see here, this is PFE, this is Walerga. Walerga in Sacramento County is basically improved up to the county line. And so the concern is that from 2 different perspectives. One is that you're going to have a 6-lane road all of a sudden coming here and dead ending. And the second is that you're going to create some sort of level of service impacts within Sac County because you've got more lanes coming into there. And what we were able to determine is that no, from the level of service, the traffic volumes were not creating an impact to them. It stays basically level of service F one way or the other within Sac County. And the other thing is that this is approximately 730 something feet between the intersection and the county line, which is more than adequate for us to be able to transition from 4 lanes to the 6 lanes we need at the intersection. So there'll be, you know, we've got many of these transitions where you go from 4 to 6 throughout Roseville and the county, and this is more than adequate distance for us to be able to do that.
Well, I guess kind of a question there. It seemed like, you know, I drove down that road, and it looks like it's only about a half a mile, and in Sacramento County, Walerga turns into a 6-lane. Was it Alberta Road or something like that?
Okay, it may. I've only gone through this one section where it's still 4 lanes. Okay.
Yeah, as you go down, you hit
Okay.
a big intersection, just a short distance, and in Sac County, it's got 6 lanes. But I guess the question that comes up is, why are we going to 6 lanes when, if that's going to be the major way out of Roseville and Placer County, then?
Well, actually, the major way out is going to be Watt Avenue when it gets improved and widened. That will handle much more traffic than Walerga will.
So why is Walerga going to be 6 lanes in?
Because when you look at that will work. Okay, when you start looking at the overall circulation from Roseville through Placer County down to Sacramento, what the ultimate road network is that Watt Avenue comes up, goes along this edge, services Regional University, and then connects to Placer Parkway. Okay, Walerga will be coming up and then becomes Fidaments and then serves a bunch of these areas. And so it's one of these issues where right now this is what's currently developing in Roseville. This is where your big traffic demand is coming. The commute movement is coming this way. Okay, so we're aware that that's coming and that's going to be in the future, But we're also saying that, yes, Watt Avenue needs to be a 6-lane road also to handle, everything else that's being proposed on that side.
But I guess I'm not clear, if in Sac County, people using Willerga are going to have to neck down into 4 lanes. Why does Placer need 6?
Because when you look at, well, it's a matter of your level of service. Yes, we could live with 4 lanes. It just means that your level of service becomes F, and it just means that you have more gridlock and more inconvenience for the residents and other folks.
So it's just, I guess,
it's basically your level of service.
It's just imposing a level F on Sacramento, and ultimately they'll have to make some changes
But
there.
Sacramento has already, in their general plan, has already said that they're not going to widen Willerga and that its level of service is going to be F. Okay, and as we saw in that previous picture, that they've improved and they've built out their section of it, so they're unwilling to go through and do any additional widening. Okay, whereas on Watt, it's part of their general plan to widen Watt to 6 lanes, and so that's why, again, Watt through Placer County is going to be 6 lanes also. It also, when you start looking at, the modeling that we're doing and what have you, is there an alternative that says perhaps we can get by with just widening the intersections to 6 lanes and leaving the rest of it at 4 lanes? That's also possibly an alternative, but again, that's sometime off in the future where we can't make that determination now. When you start looking at, okay, this is a PFE intersection. Okay, Riolo Vineyards here required to widen to 6 lanes. Silver Creek required to widen to 6 lanes. We're building the bridge here that's going to be capable of carrying 6 lanes. This is already built out at least at 4 lanes, and possibly we could put the 6 lanes in there. Again, this is frontage for Placer Vineyards, so they'll be responsible for widening a portion of it. So there's these 2 stretches here that only become the real issue, that we don't know a named development right now that's going to be responsible for widening those portions. Okay, Roseville is, this is part of the Sierra Vista project. The city of Roseville is already designing their section here to 6 lanes and intends to go to construction within the next year or 2. So it's going to become, it has to become, but everybody's working on it becoming 6 lanes.
Okay, so if a new development comes in, they're going to have to build it to 6 lanes, is what you're saying?
Correct. What we're going to say is that, yes, you need to give us the right-of-way. You may need to only build 4 lanes right now, but you're going to be responsible for ultimately building it out to 6 lanes.
Okay. And so the existing segment that goes through the
segment here,
the already developed areas, who's going to?
The county would be responsible for widening that
to 6 lanes.
Correct. It's just like the portion up here. Again, we would be responsible for widening that to 6 lanes.
And if that section you were talking about that could be proposed is purchased by a single person who doesn't, just puts a house there, he doesn't have to do anything about the road, does he?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess what I'm hearing too is Sac County is just going to have to deal with what they get, right?
And we've talked with them before. We've done several different modeling exercises with them, and they're happy with keeping it at 4 lanes, and that's so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it probably says it's better to plan in advance than have to deal with the conflicts that come up later, like
well,
the county's going to have to do.
That's one of the big things that is important to us in having Willerga go to 6 lanes in this document is that, one, it allows us to require right-of-way for that. It also allows us to put it into our fee program so that we can get the fees or the funds to widen it to 6 lanes. Do we widen it to 6 lanes when it becomes 20 years from now we have the large traffic volumes and we you've got a lot of this developed already. These projects are built out and their frontage is out there. do we need to go through and widen this to 6 lanes? We're going to have to, one, do an environmental document to look at the impacts of that, and then two, come back before you and the board to say, okay, this is what we're going to propose to do, and this is why we need to make this 6 lanes. But what we want the ability now is, included in the document now, is to say, okay, yeah, this piece we don't have a developer for, so yes, we want to be able to require them to dedicate the right-of-way for us, and these 2 other pieces up here, yes, you need to dedicate the right-of-way to us, and then as everybody comes through and pulls building permits, part of their traffic impact fees will be to collect the funds to help make this all 6 lanes.
Okay. And through the existing developments, you have the right-of-way already that would cover 6 lanes?
Correct. Riolo Vineyards is on the hook to, was a condition of approval. Silver Creek, it's the same thing. Placer Vineyards with their little frontage here, again, required to do that. My understanding is there's a second phase of this, and again, that they would be doing more.
Okay. In the built-out areas, you have
Correct.
room already?
So there's only a few parcels where it appears that we don't already have the ability or that we haven't gotten the commitment for them to dedicate the right-of-way.
Get through a couple ifs into that conversation. Are we going to end up with enough funding down the line if those things happen?
Well, you're right.
We will have enough funding.
When we do our impact fees, we look at a 20-year build-out period.
All right.
And so that's what your anticipation is that over this time that we're going to get, we look at the number of building permits that we anticipate coming through, and we take the cost and divide it by those building permits, and we say, okay, that will generate sufficient.
And those funds that come in are dedicated to roadways, not something else the county wants.
The traffic impact fee is a separate, we have trust funds. When we collect for a building permit here, that goes into a specific account that's dedicated to the Dry Creek community zone. And as part of, this is a nexus-based fee program, and so we have to be able to show that, through our environmental document, that this is the impacts of the development, these are the road improvements that are necessary, and these are the fees necessary to construct those mitigations.
Okay, one more question. Does the city of Roseville participate in funding any of this road work, or?
Yes, there are 2 separate ways that they participate. One is that Baseline Road is part of what we call the city-county fee program. It's a dedicated program specifically for the improvements on Baseline Road, widening that to 6 lanes, doing the intersection improvements along there. Then what we've also been able to do is that we've been negotiating agreements with them as Sierra Vista came through. They had to do a traffic analysis that looked at, okay, what's their impacts on Willaria? What's their impacts on Watt? What's their impacts on any other roads in this area? And then they agree through their DA that they will pay a certain amount per unit to us to mitigate their impacts. Sierra Vista, we've already completed those negotiations. The Creekview project, which is up here, again, we'll be going through the same negotiations. Fitment Ranch Phase 2, again, same negotiations. That they need to do that analysis and tell us what their impacts are and what the fees are going to be.
Okay.
Conversely, when Placer Vineyards went through, we had to look at Roseville roads, and we had to tell them that, this is the impacts to your projects, and this is what they need to be paying.
Okay.
So it's a mutual sharing of, but yes, they do pay us money, they do participate.
Okay, good, thank you.
So, timing of the widening. A lot of interest in this one. And as we've talked about, a lot of these projects, as they come through, will be widening the road, along their frontages. Whoops. Riolo Vineyards as they come through, Silver Creek, Placer Vineyards, some of the other ones as they come through, they'll be responsible for doing their widening as they come through and develop. Placer County, again, our responsibility appears at this point in time is going to be this section here and some of the intersection improvements up at this point. It looks like there's development on all 4 sides of the PFE road intersection to help pay for that and construct that. one of the other, no, that's all right, okay. One of the other questions or concerns that we had is that we hadn't looked at the noise impacts of the widening on the Morgan Creek and Doyle Ranch projects right through here. And actually, we did do a series of sound studies up at the Sun Creek Oaks. Am I getting that right? Sun Valley Oaks at their development. Again, when they did the study there simply because the setbacks and what have you seem to be very much similar to this area here. Jim Brennan from Brennan Associates, who did the sound study, is here and can answer any questions from those. The noise study that we did, in going through the noise study, the only impact that we really discovered in the whole area was down here on PFE Road. And it's kind of an interesting dichotomy in that the no project alternative says that PFE gets closed. And so the impact is that the difference between PFE being closed and PFE being open. Well, since the road is already open and the noise is there, it's not a significant issue, but that was the one significant point of difference for that. Okay, so in wrapping this all up, again, the transportation element is a planning level document, okay? We do this so that we can say what the number of lanes need to be, what our levels of service need to be, and we can look at what these impacts are. We've gone through and done the draft EIR, the final EIR, and again, you've seen those and had a chance to review them all. When we come through and do specific projects, either us or the different developments, Placer Vineyards, Riola Vineyards, anybody else that comes in the future, they have to look at the specific impacts of widening the roadways, and they have to disclose those, and they have to talk about how they're going to mitigate them. And again, we would have to do the same thing if we widen, when we go through to widen Walerga or any of the other roads out there. And with that, we ask that you make a recommendation to the board. And the exact language is in your staff report, but that the focus EIR was adequate, and that the update is consistent with the general plan, and that they recommend that the board approve the update to the transportation element. And it's the last point that this is scheduled before the Board of Supervisors for November 23rd. So with that,
I figured. Okay, I have a couple more questions if I could.
Sure.
I might take you back just a little bit. You see, I noticed as part of, I guess, PFE widening, we show that we're widening Antelope Road down into Sacramento County.
Correct, this portion here. Again, becomes a commute route for Roseville residents coming down that section.
And so basically, I guess, in terms of working with the county, we have been able to get some concessions from Sacramento County on that, as far as widening that road?
That widening has been part of the community plan since the last.
Okay.
So Sacramento County is aware of that and accommodating it.
Okay, so we have some agreements with them.
Correct.
Okay, and then I want to go back to the Cook-Riolo Road.
Okay.
We kind of covered real quickly that we're going to have speed reduction treatments, but I guess I wasn't real clear on what those are. If we take out that
diverter.
I'm looking for a good map to. I don't have anything. What we show is that as traffic comes down Cook-Riolo, what the proposal is to install traffic calming improvements at Vineyards, Crowder, I want to say there's one other. And so what the idea is that with the traffic calming, you still allow the through movement. It's just that you make people, the traffic calming, like the traffic circle out here by Home Depot and First and what have you on the county property. You can only go through that about 25 miles an hour.
Okay.
And so by putting in a series of these, you're going to limit the speed that people can go down that road. And so you're basically going to limit it to maybe 25 miles an hour. And so when you do your traffic modeling and analysis is that what it shows is that, okay, people are only going to be able to go very slowly through here. They're going to choose to go Laga. They're going to choose to go Watt. They're going to choose to go over that way to 80 because it's a faster route for them.
Okay, so traffic calming doesn't mean speed bumps, it means like...
Correct. No,
roundabouts?
not stop signs, not stoplights, but it's...
Stop signs, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
thank
been
you.
used for that, but they're not a good... Stop signs create other problems for us when they're used as traffic calming, so we try and avoid them. Pardon?
Yield signs.
Yield signs, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me, thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I just have one question still on just, so a lot of this seems to be predicated on development. And if for some reason the development doesn't happen and a single individual owns that property, then how do we handle the road improvements like we've been enlarged from 4 to 6 on both sides and they're in the middle? How does that work?
And let me... Okay, say for instance this parcel here. You're saying we need to ultimately go through and widen that road to 6 lanes and nobody's developed this parcel yet. We would go through and we would buy the right-of-way. We would do the improvements. If no one ever came through and developed this, then you're right. That would have been part of what we had to spend as part of our fee program. If
So the county would pay for it if the developer doesn't?
It comes out of the fee program.
The county pays for it if the developer doesn't?
No, the fee program pays for it.
But the fee from who?
The traffic impact fees.
From
we
who?
raise from this
From who?
old...
Who do the traffic fees come from?
Developers.
No, I'm saying there's no developers. The developer didn't do it. It's an individual. I'm missing one part of the equation.
No.
So it is a pool
Right.
from the county.
Right.
So it is the
Traffic-
county.
Right. We have the ability
The
to...
developer gives it to us, but it's the county money then, and so the county is spending it. Okay.
And so if we had to do this, we would collect their share of that cost when they came through and developed.
No. There's no developer. It never happened. Some guy just owns a house there.
Okay, then you're right. The county traffic impact fee program would pay for these improvements.
So another developer on a different part of a development would put into the pool, and we would take the money from that. Okay.
Okay, is that it? I guess so. Okay, Hendrik, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's, how many of you want to speak on this issue? A few. I'd invite you to come forward. Well, Kathy, let's limit comments to 3 minutes. There's no particular pecking order. Just come up as you get your opportunity, give us your name, and say what you want to say.
My name is Doug Rowley, and I'm a resident of Doyle Ranch, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about these improvements. My concern is obviously the widening of Willargo Road to 6 lanes. Couple questions and concerns I have. The first discussion about removing the diverter on Cucriolo, that alone is going to alleviate some of the traffic flow on Willargo Road. Not that that needs to be a commute route. I've driven that road multiple times. Obviously, I live in the area. That road cannot handle a lot of traffic flow, but it being allowed to go straight onto Wood Creek Oaks will relieve some flow onto Willargo Road, so that will help mitigate some of the traffic on Willargo Road. It was also stated that the current plan is already to have Watt Avenue be the main entrance from Placer County to Sacramento County. Watt Avenue currently, right now, can handle additional traffic flow. It's a wide enough road, I believe it's 6 lanes already currently. With Sacramento County having no plans whatsoever to expand Willargo Road to 6 lanes, wouldn't it make sense to encourage people to use Watt Avenue to get down into Sacramento County? That be the main thoroughfare into Placer County, relieving the traffic flow onto Willargo Road. Since if we expand Willargo to 6, we've got a 6-lane, as you mentioned, down into 4 lanes with no anticipation of Sacramento County ever expanding that to 6 lanes. We now create another bottleneck in Placer County. So I drive Willargo Road every day. I work in Sacramento, I work in Carmichael. I drive that road every day. If it is currently traffic flow F already on Willargo Road in Sacramento County, I don't see the problem. I've never had a traffic jam in a year and a half of driving that road. The road currently can handle 4 lanes sufficiently. And my submission is that we should keep 4 lanes of traffic flow, keep it consistent with the plans in Sacramento County, leave it 4 lanes into Placer County, encourage Watt Avenue, which can already handle additional traffic flow, encourage traffic from Placer County into Sacramento County down Watt Avenue. There's no houses currently along Watt Avenue where the widening would need to take place in Placer County, whereas residents that live in Doyle Ranch and in Morgan Creek are facing losing the atmosphere that we purchased when we moved into that neighborhood. And I would just ask, put yourself in the situation of having spent $700,000 to $900,000 on a house with no mention of a freeway going in behind your home, and the possibility of losing the oak trees that border your property that add to the feel of what you purchased. What would your position be? How would you feel about this proposed project? He said that there's no plans of any oak trees being impacted. In this document, it says there is no guarantee that oak trees will not be harmed and the oak trees won't be lost in this project. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would say good morning, but we're already into afternoon. My name is Tammy Hauser, and I live at 8612 Parada Court in Roseville. And I am a member of the Doyle Ranch Homeowners Association. I serve on the board also. On behalf of the board and neighbors of Doyle Ranch, many of whom wanted to be here today, but unfortunately could not because of other obligations, we appreciate the opportunity to address you this afternoon. And I also would like to thank county staff for their presentation. I'm sure that all of you know our neighborhood by now. Doyle Ranch is located within, just to clarify, the Dry Creek Community Plan area of the west side of Walerga Road between PFE and Baseline Roads. The development is comprised of 126 residential lots, open space, bicycle and walking paths, and a public park. With me today I have 5 other members, and I'm sure there are also other Doyle Ranch community members, and our council, all of whom would like to speak to specific issues related to the final EIR. We know that your time is valuable, as ours is also, so we've coordinated our comments before to make sure that we don't cover the same issue more than once. The following comments that you will hear today are a result of the final review of the EIR, attendance at the last MAC meeting, conversations with county staff, neighborhood meetings, and a compilation of concerns of our neighbors relating directly to the final EIR, and that have not yet been addressed. They may have been answered or something may have done, but we do not feel that they have been addressed. We are particularly concerned about the widening of Walerga Road and the adverse compact that will result from it. Our original concerns expressed during the draft EIR phase have yet to be addressed in the final EIR, and while many of our comments stem largely from policy issues such as managing the growth equitably throughout the community plan area and the region, we also are concerned with the 6-lane thoroughfare that has been shown in slides between the Doyle Ranch and Morgan Creek area, which will disrupt the communities between the 2 developments, effectively isolating Doyle Ranch. Widening of Walerga Road to 6 lanes between us will potentially sever the 2 communities. The residents of each subdivision currently walk and bicycle along the open paths and the open space corridors which connect the 2 communities. As I pointed out in the last meeting, I want to emphasize that we are not against growth. We understand that the county must continue to grow, and in doing so, maintaining and improving our fiscal health. However, there is a right way to grow and a wrong way. We are concerned that the information contained in the final EIR is insufficient to enable interested citizens and elected officials to make an informed decision about the proposed project. The Homeowners Association Board has submitted a formal letter of comment via our legal counsel to you, the Planning Commission. Prior to this hearing, many of our comments that you will hear today are contained in that letter. With that said, I would like to introduce the second speaker, Mike McGrain. Would you like my comments? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mike McRain. I live at 8663 Parada Court inside Doyle Ranch subdivision on Willerga Road. The first things I noticed about Doyle Ranch when I thought about moving here were the beautiful oak trees at the entrance, the great bike trails around the development, and the nature trails around the little creek where we like to walk and ride our bikes in this quiet country setting with my wife and my 4 young children. I also, I and others of this community have a number of concerns about the impact of this project in biological resources in the area. There are several areas of the EIR that I would like to point out that we believe are inadequate in terms of addressing the impacts of mitigation measures of this project or lack thereof. To complete the widening of Willerga Road, the proposed replacement over Dry Creek, a number of native oak trees will most likely have to be removed. The impact of the trees has not been adequately analyzed in the tree mitigation plan in the document. It's already noisy in the summertime. I don't have my windows open, and I'm 3 rows back. It's already noisy. So if you take the oak trees out and go to 6 lanes, that's going to be just a tremendous impact on the community. The EIR does not adequately address the construction and the operation of the new bridge over Dry Creek, nor the resulting impact to the specific status of the fish in the Dry Creek, specifically salmon. Dry Creek has been identified as a salmon habitat area. The mitigation plan requires that the contractors stay 100 feet from the Dry Creek channel. This would be extremely difficult to accomplish if you're building a bridge over these waters of the United States, whether it be 4 lanes or 6 lanes. The EIR does not properly analyze the long-term effects that the widening of Willerga will have on the nesting raptors in the Dry Creek corridor. Specifically, will construction and operation of a widened Willerga Road or the removal of the California native trees cause the hawks to stop nesting here? This was not addressed in the EIR, and no mitigation measures were provided. Further, it fails to address the impact of the project on wildlife protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Fish and Game Code, such as the great blue heron and the small hill cranes found in the corridor. The mitigation measures outlined in the EIR would use words like should, might, or could. We are concerned about what must be done and what will be done to mitigate the impact of the biological resources in our neighborhood, and we would like to see these items adequately resolved in a second draft of the environmental impact report. In conclusion, it's my belief and the belief of many others who live in Doyle Ranch that the EIR is deficient for the reasons that I discussed. I formally request that the county revise and recirculate a new draft EIR in addition, and an additional round of public comments prior to preparing a final EIR that adequately addresses these issues. One more sentence here. As taxpayers and citizens of beautiful Placer County, we are equally interested in making sure the county prepares a legally defensible document that will withstand a subsequent legal challenge if one is filed. The EIR in its present form simply falls short of that goal. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, if I could. Yes. See, I think what I was hearing earlier is the bridge over Dry Creek is a project that's already been approved with a separate environmental document, and in essence is underway already. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. I don't know about an approval, but there's no construction being done. But I understand that the bridge is one thing, but having 6 lanes out in front of our doorstep is a whole other issue.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Who's next?
Ken Payne again, from Doyle Ranch, 8854 Tapaderas Loop. Actually, with the permission of the chairman, could I defer our timekeeping? I'd like to address just one issue, a new wrinkle that county staff brought up this morning about the transfer of landscaping to the HOA.
Oh, the policy issue?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I look at my tax bill, I've got a whole list of community service areas that we're paying for every year, as well as Melrose, plus our 1% to the county. So although the shifting, that may be a good idea in the long run to save money, it seems like a very complicated situation, and it should be well coordinated with the HOAs, I would think, because as just for one example, there's lighting is listed 3 times on my tax bill in different community service areas, and yet we don't have any street lighting in Doyle Ranch because it's unincorporated and they don't want light pollution. So, but that's another issue. Anyway, I just wanted to caution that transfer so that the taxes I pay here in Placer County are approaching 2% of the assessed value. And Sacramento, it's more like 1.2%. I know it's nicer here than Sacramento, but I've got rental property there, and just as a way of comparison. Anyway, it was an interesting situation. I think it maybe work out good in the long run, but there's just some, to delete these community service areas is a probably complicated issue, and who pays for what, which zone pays for what, because we've got lighting, bike trail, drainage, flood control, all those issues.
Yeah,
anyway, just to get back on track here, sorry. As we've said earlier, we're not experts in these air quality and water quality issues, but we were reviewing the EIR. We did have some comments. Certain of the sections of the final EIR appear to have omitted particular elements of the project, especially the widening of Willerga Road with respect to air, water, and noise. The draft EIR reaches conflicting conclusions related to water quality. Mitigation measure BN on page 2.2-14 of the executive summary states that implementation of the proposed project could result in potentially significant impact to aquatic habitat utilized by these fish species, meaning special status fish, including degradation of water quality in Dry Creek due to ground disturbances during construction. However, 2 pages later, the document states less than significant impacts are anticipated regarding the degradation of water quality, and no mitigation is warranted. So the question is, which is it? Will the project degrade the water quality in Dry Creek, or won't it? Because the water quality analysis section is thin enough that it's impossible to formulate an independent, informed answer to this question. And on air quality, also suffers major deficiencies, including omitting the widening of Willerga Road from the analysis. Let me just skip down here. The air quality section states, implementation of the proposed project would be likely to deviate truck traffic past sensitive receptors that are currently unexposed to DPM. Trucks would generally continue to use the main thoroughfares. This conclusion, however, is false, as Willerga Road is classified as a thoroughfare when it's widened to 6 lanes. How can we as residents and sensitive receptors be confident of other air quality conclusions are accurate? And lastly, with respect to noise, the noise studies were not, as we've stated earlier, were not performed along Willerga Road, but only at PFE Road, although the county staff has stated in an email dated June 16th, which is now part of the final EIR, and at 2 of the MAC meetings, that sound walls will be used to lessen the noise. There are no studies of the effects of the congestion noise or the post-construction traffic on the residents of Doyle Ranch. Finally, the final EIR fails in regards to CEQA in this area and the areas I've mentioned above. We ask that the appropriate noise studies be done and that another draft be circulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If I could ask your indulgence, could I pull up one of the maps that's on this presentation?
Good luck.
That's the one I want.
Ah, wow, I'm impressed.
Didn't take a whole lot. Only reason I do that is I just wanted to give you a point of reference. Just, I don't want to make any assumptions that you know where I'm talking about.
There's a red light on there, too, if you need to point.
Oh, there is? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be talking about this area right here.
And your name, sir?
My name is Troy Burdick. I'm a resident of Doyle Ranch, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the technical things that you've already been told. That's not my point of my comments here. But I do want to tell you a brief story about my own personal experience on what a road expansion that we're talking about here today and what those effects can be. In 1994, my wife and I moved to Antelope and started a family. Our home was located 150 yards south of Alberta Road, and at that time, Alberta Road was a 2-lane road. Noise was minimal, traffic moved at a normal pace, and then within a few years, it was widened to 6 lanes. And I lost my point here. And beyond that, it was expanded to 6 lane. Well, it was expanded actually beyond Willerga Road, and the thought being that it would accommodate, you know, a large build out of homes, of housing constructions, but ironically, that never happened. So what was the overall benefit of that expansion? Well, the EIR professes that the levels of service in the Dry Creek area will be increased from very low levels to what they call acceptable levels based on models and limited through routes from Sacramento County to Placer County and vice versa. So as a result of that expansion, was the service level increased as a result of Alberta Road being expanded to 6 lanes? Absolutely. I have yet to see a traffic jam on Alberta Road between Watt Avenue and Willerga Road. So traffic flows without hindrance, but while the service levels increased, other things increased too. Noise levels increased significantly, and being 150 yards from Alberta Road, the change was more than just minor and significantly noticeable. The homes in Doyle Ranch and Morgan Creek bordering Willerga Road are less than 30 yards away. Do you think that this increase in traffic noise wouldn't be significant and noticeable? I assure you it would be. Another result of the expansion of Alberta Road was increased traffic speeds, and sadly, so did the number of traffic accidents, some resulting in unnecessary deaths. I know that from personal experience. These are but 2 of the consequences of that expansion project. Traffic models are a fine tool, but they are only as good as the statistical assumptions they're based on. What these models do not account for is the human factor. We all know by personal experience that how you drive on a 2-lane highway is much different than when you drive on a 4-lane or a 6-lane road, 6-lane highway. You will see and experience an increase in traffic noise, traffic speed, and traffic accidents as a result of that increase in speed. And this was something that was just acknowledged by county staff. It's more convenient. It's faster. Like others that moved to Doyle Ranch and Morgan Creek, my wife and 3 daughters and I moved there to get away from the very thing that is being considered today. So put yourselves in our shoes for a moment, if you would. Is this something that you would want to be dealing with? We moved here for a reason. As Commissioner Moss pointed out earlier in the earlier agenda item, we moved there because of the quality of life. We didn't move there because we wanted to live next to a highway. Thank you for your time. I'd like to introduce.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to introduce Michelle Widening.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Wigand, and I live in Doyle Ranch. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the expansion of Willerga to 6 lanes. While I have many reasons to oppose this expansion, my main concern is the negative impact of the widening would have on the safety of Doyle Ranch residents. And as a mother of 2, safety is of paramount importance to me. Unfortunately, unlike other neighborhoods, Doyle Ranch does not have the luxury of side streets or backways to avoid these busier streets like Willerga. Willerga is the only street we have access to exit and enter our neighborhood. With the expansion to 6 lanes, we will be exposing our bicyclists and pedestrians to increased risk of injury or worse when crossing over Willerga or simply walking alongside it. I would have never purchased a home knowing that the only street leading into and out of my neighborhood would one day be a 6-lane thoroughfare. The Transportation Element Policy 6 states that streetscape elements such as sidewalks may be removed at the discretion of county staff. This, too, is a serious safety risk and is not acceptable. Currently, the Doyle Ranch side, or the west side of Willerga, has a bike path, and the Morgan Creek side, or the east side, has a sidewalk. The site of the bridge configuration over Dry Creek calls for a pedestrian walkway on the west side and a bike path on the east side. How will our school children and residents safely cross from the east to the west side of Willerga and vice versa to utilize these trails in the current configuration? The current plan is to raise the bridge on Willerga over Dry Creek to 8 feet, which would provide a place for loitering and possible encampment in the resulting space under the bridge. There is no mention of screening or locking gates to secure the space underneath of the bridge in the final EIR to prevent this from happening. Widening Willerga Road will also decrease the safety of Doyle Ranch residents within our community. Sacramento County, just south of Doyle Ranch, has agreed to widen Willerga to just 4 lanes. Therefore, there will be a bottlenecking of traffic where Willerga narrows from 6 to 4 lanes. That bottleneck will cause traffic problems right in front of Doyle Ranch. What do commuters do in order to get through traffic jams? They look for alternate routes with the hope of getting to their destination quicker. This will lead to increased cut-through traffic through Doyle Ranch. That will lead to increased, in addition, the EIR proposal does not include turn lanes into Doyle Ranch from Willerga. So not only will there be more cut-through traffic, but motorists will be cutting through at higher speeds. Lastly, many of our neighbors' backyards back to Willerga, and there is no mention of what will keep vehicles out of their backyards in the event of a traffic accident. Thank you for your time allowing me to voice my concerns. Next speaker will be Carol Flynn.
Can I clarify before this timer starts? Is it 3 minutes total? I had a couple things that Andrew and Mr. Gaber spoke of that I wanted to comment.
Well, let's see how much you can squeeze in, and then depending
Pardon
on how
me?
much let's see how much you can squeeze into the 3, and then we'll see how much you have left.
Well, just, darn.
Go ahead. We'll make.
I'm going to be
We
over.
want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I wanted to mention that I'm a board president, and passing this liability on to HOAs regarding the county right of easement, I just think it's a bad idea. I mean, that you guys are all the professionals.
Give us your name too, please.
Carol Flynn.
Okay.
Also, it concerns me that our backyards in Morgan Creek are right on the edge of this bridge document that was approved, and none of us received notification that this project was even going on, because we do have serious concerns. I understand today that this has been addressed and it's over with. We were never notified, so we were concerned that it wasn't in this current EIR. I understand that statement. It's already done. I'm very concerned that we were never notified about it. So now I really came here to talk about Willerga Road. So for the record, my name is Carol Flynn. I reside at 4706 Catala Way, Roseville, California. I am a resident of Doyle Ranch and the president of the Doyle Ranch Owners Association, and I'd like to speak to you on behalf of all my neighbors that could not be here today. We have serious concerns about the widening of Willerga Road to 6 lanes, which you've obviously heard. We do not believe all of our concerns were addressed in the EIR. We purchased our homes in 2005 with the understanding that Willerga would be built to 4 lanes. It was never disclosed to us that Willerga would become 6. Although county staff has on numerous occasions told us it's been in the plan since 1990, we were never made aware of it. Since the current plan, it only briefly mentions in the county plan that Willerga will become 6 lanes in the event that PFE were closed. So since PFE is closing, we were confused as to why there's any further discussion on widening Willerga to 6 lanes. For those of you who are not familiar, our neighborhood is somewhat unique. As neighbors have pointed out, we are a small neighborhood, 126 homes, and we were developed under the community plan as a semi-rural area, which it now feels like they're trying to transition us into a suburban area. We are surrounded by open space, preserved oaks, dry creek, and an abundance of natural habitats. Most of our families enjoy walking, hiking, biking, and nature walking among our surroundings. We believe that the building out of Willerga to 6 lanes will have obvious negative consequences on our surroundings and the wildlife habitat. While the EIR states that there is little or no landscaping within the project area, I'm here to tell you that there is. There's significant landscaping in front of Sun Valley Oaks, Morgan Creek, and Doyle Ranch. There is also the stand of more than 80 mature oaks in front of Doyle Ranch, which help define the character of all of the surrounding communities. Removal of this landscaping is contradicted several times in the EIR, one stating it is anticipated that oaks will not need to be removed, then later stating it's unknown how many will be affected. Our development is built in a closed loop, with our only entrance off Willerga, since the EIR documents that Sacramento County will only expand their portion to 4 lanes. We are concerned about the bottlenecking effect and the transition of what will become 3 lanes of traffic from Placer County into 2 lanes at the Sacramento County line. This will obviously have a negative bottleneck effect at the bridge and on the residents of Doyle Ranch. Increased traffic stacking and encourage cut-through to our small community. At the MAC meeting, county staff agreed that these are inevitable and unavoidable effects of the transition and would be no different than similar transitions on Highway 80, 49, and Douglas Boulevard. These are all major highways. This is not the 2-lane road that we built, that we moved on when our homes were built. We are concerned about the bottlenecking effect for safety reasons. Our children, our neighbors bicycle and walk along Walerga Road. We agree that the bridge is a hazard the way it is, but building it to 4 lanes with adequate emergency access is what is needed. The current 6-lane configuration does not allow room for emergency vehicles to pass. Maintaining Walerga Road at 4 lanes would help preserve the semi-rural feel outlined in the original community plan and hopefully encourage commuter traffic to follow Baseline, which is a more commercial route and therefore appropriate for increased traffic levels. They can Baseline to Highway 99, right down to Sacramento. We respectfully oppose the adoption of the EIR with the build-out of Walerga Road to 6 lanes and ask that you give serious consideration to our concerns. In closing, please remember, while this is your job, for me, my friends, my neighbors, this is our home. Thank you for the time to speak to you.
Thank you, Carol.
With that, I'd like to introduce our counsel, Chris Powell.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Powell, and I'm an attorney at Downey Brand. I'm speaking on behalf of Doyle Ranch Owners Association. My address is 621 Capitol Mall, Sacramento, California. I hope you'll allow me a few extra minutes since I'm speaking on behalf of the group today. To sum up the association's concerns with the project, simply the placement of a 6-lane road through the middle of a semi-rural residential area is a bad planning decision that will negatively affect the residents of the community. Moreover, the county's environmental impact report didn't analyze the impacts of the widening to the level required by the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Since the 6-lane road will actually end at the county line and thus has limited benefit, if any, does this really need to be forced on the members of this community? The first thing I'd like to bring to your attention is the recommendation of the MAC members. 3 of the members voted to approve the community plan update in EIR, but only if the Walerga Road concept were removed. The other 2 members voted against the approval because they didn't think the exception went far enough in light of the critical problems with the 6-lane widening of Walerga. We hope that you will consider the recommendation of the MAC members and either remove the Walerga Road widening from the community plan or deny the plan in its entirety. As you know, we submitted a letter on October 21st which discusses the flaws in the EIR in detail. I'd just like to highlight a couple of the individual flaws with the document. First, the EIR has been called a program EIR, and as such, it barely skims the surface of the actual project impacts. The county even admitted in its responses to comments that, quote, the EIR does not analyze project-level actions. However, the subsequent conformity review process, which is included in the community plan update, allows the county to later decide that it already looked at Walerga Road in enough detail and build the widening without doing anything further. And that's really what we're concerned about, is in 10 years from now, when someone else is minding the shop, that the county could say, hey, we don't need to do anything. We've already looked at this. Okay, let's build the widening. And we won't have a chance to voice any opposition at that point. Approval of the EIR in this loophole violates CEQA's basic requirements that the lead agency analyze a project's environmental impacts and disclose those impacts to the public. Here there is no analysis and no disclosure. CEQA still requires full analysis in a programmatic EIR to the full extent possible. Mr. Gaber said they don't have enough information to do a full analysis here of the Walerga widening. But if you look at the diagrams that he showed us today, it seems like they could have done an analysis based on those diagrams. We're going to widen the road to this width, and we're going to affect this much of the native grassland or these riparian habitats or these trees, but they chose not to do that. There was probably no analysis because this part of the project was added after the application was submitted, and they probably just threw it in late and didn't have time to look at it, and they kind of did a half-hearted attempt. The second issue I'd like to bring to your attention is the EIR did not even include an independent section on impacts to biological resources. The initial study, which is basically a checklist document, it dismissed any impacts to biological resources by including a list of mitigation measures. However, there's no actual explanation, no adequate explanation of these impacts or why the mitigation measures are sufficient to offset the impacts. We just have to take the county's word for it. The Department of Fish and Game actually was so concerned, they submitted a letter, and they pointed out that this area contains wetlands, riparian habitat, annual grasslands, and habitat for sensitive species. Given the fact that the Department of Fish and Game sent in a letter and expressed their concerns, and that the county actually put in 14 individual mitigation measures for biological resources, it seems like the county was aware this is a pretty serious, issue area. Yet there wasn't a full analysis of this. The failure to prepare a full biological resource analysis, given the seriousness of the potential impacts, violates CEQA. Third, the noise analysis completely overlooked the Doyle Ranch community. While the numerous sensitive receptors were selected to analyze noise impacts, no such receptors were chosen from Doyle Ranch. The actual noise impacts to Doyle Ranch residents were never analyzed, and the county admits this. Responses to comments said that the houses were too far away from the road to be of concern because they were more than 50 feet away. The community is directly adjacent to the proposed widening, and importantly, adjacent to an intersection that may turn into an intersection with 6 through traffic lanes. These homes will be directly next to an intersection with 6 lanes of cars braking, accelerating, idling, honking, doing U-turns, and so on. And the EIR failed to look at the specific noise impacts to any of the houses affected by that intersection widening. Accordingly, approval of this project without looking at the specific noise impacts of Doyle Ranch would violate CEQA. Another quick issue is the bridge widening. While the county previously approved a bridge replacement for the 4-lane bridge, the EIR does not disclose what kind of changes will be necessary to handle the weight of 6 lanes. There may be new supports needed. The public has no way of knowing what impacts would be caused by the redesign of that bridge to handle 6 lanes. While there are additional problems with the EIR, given the time constraints and the fact I'm sure everyone here is ready for lunch, I'll refer you to the October 21st letter regarding those other issues. We've had a chance to take a look at the response to our letter, and again it seems that those issues have been casually dismissed, and they didn't address our concerns and they didn't get to the core of the problems, which is a poor planning decision and inadequate environmental review. In accordance with the recommendation of the MAC members, we submitted 2 conditions of approval. I didn't see them actually in the staff report, but I hope you've had a chance to take a look at them. They're very brief, and I think they can solve the problem, for Doyle Ranch community and for the county to allow this project to move forward. The conditions remove the 6-lane widening of Willerga from the community plan, allowing for a 4-lane road, and require the county to do a full EIR if a 6-lane widening is proposed in the future. Mr. Gaber said that they plan to actually, look at this in detail later. We're concerned that there's a loophole that they won't. If you include this condition to actually require doing a project-level EIR in the future, then you're just doing what Mr. Gaber said you're going to do to begin with. It's just put in writing, and the residents will have some security in that.
We do have those conditions.
Okay, great. Let's see.
You have anything else that's not included in your letter?
I don't at this time. I just have a couple closing comments, and then I'll be out of your hair. We believe that these conditions would satisfy the concerns of Doyle Ranch community, cure serious problems with the EIR, since it would remove part of the project that was not properly analyzed, and would allow the county to move forward with its community plan update. In the alternative to adopting the conditions, we ask that you reject the project because of the EIR's failure to fully analyze or disclose the environmental impacts. We understand that the community plan update is a long-term planning document, and the construction is a long way off. However, we believe the county can and should provide a more ambitious long-term goal than putting a 6-lane highway through a residential community. I'll be available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak? You can come on up, move up to the front row when he's done. You'll be ready to go.
My name is Lou Griffin, and I'm a tax-paying voting resident. I'm not an investment property owner that lives elsewhere. I do live in Doyle Ranch. I'm a mechanical contractor by trade, and I deal with new construction, both commercial and residential. And I understand the need for growth, both balanced growth. Placer County and the Planning Commission have created beautiful residential communities such as the Morgan Creek and Doyle Ranch here. The proposed widening of Willerga Road will isolate our communities. I believe that there's existing and alternate major thoroughfares that run parallel to Willerga Road. As we see on here, up here, Watt Avenue just to the west of Willerga Road, just south of PFE is actually 6 lanes there. And I didn't know that Watt Avenue actually is going to be expanded up through towards the university. But Watt Avenue actually also goes, and I don't know if you guys know this, goes all the way to Elk Grove. So basically it has it's a major thoroughfare there. And also Foothills, which is to the east of Willerga Road, and both Watt and Foothills both connect to Baseline Road. It just seems to me that it's a more, and as brought up earlier too, since it's already 6 lanes to the south in Sacramento County, and Willerga is only 4 lanes at from the south side of PFE, it just seems like it's going to be a funnel or basically going to bottleneck when you already have the infrastructure in place there. And I think traffic is basically a positive where the infrastructure is already in place, and there's a lot of commercial businesses on those 2 roads, Watt and Foothills. So I think that basically that that's a positive to traffic or redirecting traffic versus a residential neighborhood. Willerga basically having a 6-lane road through the middle of it. Highway 99, which is to the west of Watt Avenue, it's only 4 lanes. Highway 65 to the east is only 4 lanes. So having a 6-lane road through the middle of a residential area like that just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any common sense. When I design my mechanical system, I'm a heating and air contractor, I know airflow basically flows to the path of least resistance. And I think that's what's going to happen to traffic here. We're going to have the same thing. So in a 6-lane thoroughfare is built on Willerga, we know what's going to bring, and it's even brought up earlier too as staff. I'm going to basically take a quote from the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And I believe that's what's going to happen with the traffic. It's just going to be overwhelmed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Foster. I live in Sun Valley Oaks, and that's, I don't know which button to push. That one, there we go. This little area, 75 homes that straddle Willerga. And we were one of the noise monitoring sites. I am on the board of directors, but we have not taken a position on the widening. I drew the short straw to just come and address concerns of the residents. So that's what I'm here to do. What I brought, well, first let me just say it's noisy. It's noisy. I brought you a letter from one of the folks that backs up to Willerga, Rob Anthony, and by the way, I gave you a package of 4 pages. It's a cover sheet from me. I won't go over all that, but his letter is on the last page of that package. On his behalf, he had to work today, so I'm just speaking to what he says. The noise level is so loud we can be watching TV, a motorcycle or truck comes by, we cannot hear the TV, can't open any windows, etc. Can't hang out in the backyard, you'd be interrupted, and so he feels that the CNEL rating is probably being exceeded. That was his letter. I did a little research of the information in the noise study, and I have to agree it seems to be suspect on the noise study. They did 1 day of monitoring, December 11th, which was a Thursday, for 24 hours in 2008. And during that period of time, this is also in your package, page 3, but it shows that if 60 CNEL is the standard during that 24-hour period, there was never a time that readings were below that. The readings went from, I have the actual numbers in your package, but 72, 71, 65, things like that. So it appears to me that the exterior noise mitigation levels are not adequate. We have a raised berm. We don't have a sound wall. Mr. Anthony's house is above the berm, so he's getting a direct line of this noise. And listening to the previous speakers, his house is probably 100 feet from the edge of the roadway. And he's getting the direct noise, and he's typical of people that are in that situation. Does that mean I have 1 minute?
Just keep talking.
Okay. So what I read is that in the policy for Placer County, the exterior mitigation measures should be verified and the interior interior noise levels have to be in compliance, and we're not convinced that the interior noise levels are in compliance. His home was required by the developer to have like 2x6 construction and so forth. Everyone that's lived in that, he's not the first person to live there. Same thing, noisy, noisy, noisy. So we're not convinced of that. We'd like to see you, I'm saying for myself, I would suggest interior noise levels be measured now, not wait until some future time. That there probably is a current problem which would translate into a future noise study that might be done. Based on the current noise study data, perhaps a sound wall might be the way to mitigate the issue for us. We have not taken a position, as I said, on 4 or 6 lanes, but a sound wall, if that would help mitigate the noise, then we'd have some residents who would be happy. And I'll just comment briefly on the, we maintain the landscaping, not the right-of-way, and I think the commissioners have a valid concern there. Why change anything? When there was a windstorm that blew all those trees down, we paid $9,000 to replace those trees. When there's an accident, somebody goes four-wheeling across there, do $4,000 damage to a drainage culvert, we pay for the maintenance. County has the right-of-way, county owns the land. I wouldn't give that up personally. You got a good thing going. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Is there anybody else wants to take us on?
You sounded disappointed.
Well, I was afraid that we were all done, but I'm glad to see you.
Time goes faster when you're having fun.
Oh, yes.
My name is John Schaefer, and I live in Morgan Creek. I'm just a citizen there. I appreciate the time to be heard today. My bottom line basically is going to be that I'm going to tell you what everybody else has. Don't approve widening Walerga Road to 6 lanes, and don't approve the adequacy of this EIR, particularly with respect to noise impact. With regard to Walerga Road, there's clearly no requirement or need to widen it today. They are advocating that we endorse widening it 20 years from now. They're basing that on the modeling and analysis that they have done. But when this EIR was presented to the MAC several weeks ago, the people presenting it said that their analysis and modeling from 5 years ago was significantly inaccurate about predicting what the situation is today. So to take that same kind of modeling and analysis and use that as the basis for a 20-year prediction to argue in favor of something seems to defy logic in my mind. Also, the experience of the gentleman who spoke earlier about living near Alberta Road being widened, apparently not necessary at all. So a lot of things that get done in the name of being necessary don't turn out to be necessary. With regard to noise pollution, I think the EIR was just hopelessly inadequate on that. To say that the only noise impact here is going to be on PFE Road and base that conclusion on the technicality that the plan presented doesn't reduce the noise on PFE and that there isn't any other noise impact anywhere, it just seems just neglects reality in my mind. I'll take the geography first prize here today by claiming that my house is 250 yards from Walerga and 350 yards from PFE, and I will tell you that sound travels from those roads. My wife and I can hear every single loud, obnoxious, offensive motorcycle and car that uses those roads as raceways today. And if you widen Walerga Road, it's only going to get worse. It's going to attract more of them. They're going to go faster. They're going to go more often. And it's just going to get worse. My wife and I spent 5 years researching the Sacramento area looking for a nice place to retire. And we picked Morgan Creek because it's a nice rural, peaceful, quiet area. We like to sit outside. We like to enjoy the outdoors, the atmosphere, the environment. We like to read out there. We like to have dinner out there because it's nice and quiet and peaceful. And there is nothing more annoying when we're out there than hearing over on Walerga and PFE roads. And we hear every single one of them, and it's only going to get worse. I apologize for bringing the noise into the nice environment here, but I thought it was important to recognize the difference between doing noise impact assessment by looking at maps and listening to computer models and doing noise impact assessment by experiencing the pollution right in your own environment here. So maybe I could have a show of hands of how many people thought that was a good addition to the environment here in the room. No hands, I guess, must not be so insignificant as they claimed. How would it be, show of hands again, would it be okay, just no problem, have that kind of noise intrude into this nice environment at every meeting you're trying to have? Guess not. Was anybody too far away from a loudspeaker or me to hear that noise? I guess it travels pretty well. So I would ask you just to put some perspective into this, to put realistic perspective into it, just as you didn't really enjoy having that noise impact imposed here in your nice environment. Please don't propose positions and plans that inflict that same kind of experience and pollution on all of us in all of our homes every day. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. How many more we have? We have the gentleman walking up, 1, 3 maybe? Okay, there's coming time for a break, but you're on.
My name is Bill Lebowski. I live at 8910 Belford Court in Morgan Creek. I live on the southern end of Morgan Creek, very close to the bridge, really one house removed in Morgan Creek from the bridge itself. I'd like to talk about 2 issues. Number one, it's been glossed over from a noise standpoint, but I think it's a very important part of this whole discussion. The noise discussion is the fact that they're raising the bridge 8 feet. I can stand in my living room today, and I can see the rooftops of cars driving by on Walerga. When they raise the road 8 feet, they're going to be raising the bridge and then level it out as it comes into the stoplight at the Morgan Creek and Doyle Ranch entrances. I'll be able to see full-on vehicles, and there's nothing I can do about that, I realize that, but I'll be able to see full-on vehicles from my living room driving behind me. I would ask that you not increase the number of lanes to 6, keep it to the 4 that I'm faced with. I was not aware when I bought my house that the bridge was going to be raised 8 feet and that the road would be raised the corresponding 8 feet, but that's just something we'll live with. The second issue that I'd like to bring up to the Commission is the issue of alternative traffic choices. It's been mentioned several times by staff that Riolo Vineyards, Placer Vineyards are subdivisions that have been approved. I don't know what that means. I wasn't around, didn't have the opportunity to become part of that approval process. I don't know if it means that roads are approved in those subdivisions or if it's just conceptually the idea that houses will be built on this land is approved. I would ask that when roads, in fact, are planned for these subdivisions, has anybody given serious thought to running some major feeder streets through those subdivisions, such as, for example, I realize I'll dip into Roseville City for the example, but when Johnson Ranch was built, Johnson Ranch was built, planned to have Eureka Road and Roseville Parkway run through there as major streets running through those subdivisions. Is the same thing not possible to relieve some of this traffic burden that's going to be placed on Walerga, to place it through the undeveloped areas, the thousands of acres that are bare land right now? So when the residents of the future residents of those homes, they can see what they're buying because the improvements are already in place versus improvements affecting us after we purchased. So thank you very much for your time.
Bill, just a quick comment. I was here for the Placer Vineyards thing, and that does have all the roads, and there are major throughputs through there. There's rapid transit, bus rapid transit.
Okay.
It's quite complex and comprehensive what they did.
Then I emphasize the point that why does Walerga need to be widened to 6 lanes if the traffic mitigation is already existing in the proposed subdivisions? So thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Brown. This is actually my first time coming to a hearing, so I understand I've got 3 minutes.
Oh, we're glad you're here.
Okay, so I'll do the best I can. I'm actually a resident of Doyle Ranch. Actually, my family, we were actually the first people to actually purchase and move into the Doyle Ranch community. We could have moved anywhere else. We had our choice of where we wanted to live, and my husband and I looked at several different areas, but we selected Doyle Ranch for a number of reasons. Number one, the environment. It was a serene environment. It looked like a great place to raise our children. And it was a place that we wanted to go and just stay and just be able to take advantage of all the amenities that were there. We love the majestic oak trees. Our home backs up to Walerga Road. My neighbor from Morgan Creek, the sound effects, he's dead on. I'm telling you. Our home backs up. Our home sits back maybe over 100 feet from Walerga Road. The noise is getting really loud. There's no way that adding an additional lane is going to be the same. It's going to be louder. And in addition to the motorcycles, because I do hear that, picture giving your daughter a birthday party and you're singing happy birthday, but you can't hear because the motorcycle sounds, or the music is turned up so loud by the cars that are flying by that you've got to stop, pause, wait for the car to go by, and then you're going to sing happy birthday because you're having a barbecue in your backyard. Those are the types of things that I've been experiencing, my husband and I and my family, right now today. So I am disappointed. I would like to ask that, can we keep it the way it is right now with the 4 lanes? Going to 6 lanes is going to make it worse. I also have 2 young boys that love to ride their bikes. I'm concerned about their safety. They ride their bikes in the community. They would like to ride their bike over to the river in the creek area, but it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be even more dangerous for them. So, if you could put yourselves in our shoes, the rest of the folks here that are with me, put yourself in our shoes. I mean, you want to buy a home, you spend a lot of money to move there, and you have this great expectation, and then you get let down because you find out things are happening, and this was not disclosed to us, and we were the first people to move in. So that's pretty much all I want to say. The bridge, 8 feet, that scares me as well. Our home is actually probably 3 homes from where that bridge is. So, there's a lot of concern about that also. And then I like to watch the hawks. I do like to sit in my backyard when it is quiet and watch them. I'm concerned about them going away because of the oak trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. After this, gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, and if there's anybody that we missed, we'll pick you up.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Henry Scarpelli. I moved from Marin County to Morgan Creek with my wife so that we could be closer to our daughter and granddaughter. When indeed we purchased the property, it was never disclosed that there would be a widening of Willaga Road, which I find as a real pertinent issue in all of what I've heard today. So I'm not going to reiterate what has been said, but I will enforce the fact or emphasize the fact that there is a lot of pollutants that are not being recognized in the reports. And I would invite you to be more sensitive to the issue. I'll invite you to my home for lunch. Sit in my home, sit in the dining room or the living room or the patio, and you will be absolutely most informed of the sound problems that we are recognizing and having to deal with today. So resulting from the fact that I purchased a home with a non-disclosure of a material fact, I then started doing an informal survey and asked many of my neighbors who also purchased land in Morgan Creek and also across the street in Doyle Ranch, how many of those persons were informed of the material fact that there was a widening of Willaga Road, or the proposed widening of Willaga, and none of them knew. So I see this as a major issue, and I would like you to think about that and be considerate of that for those of us who made the purchase when we were not informed. How long does it continue? I also did an informal survey of the homes that are up for sale presently, where the agents are in those homes, obviously trying to sell them. And I simply said, are you informing these people who are interested that indeed there is a proposed widening of Willaga Road? And the reaction was, we don't know about it. We're not aware of it. Or we don't have to do that. So I'm not an attorney. I serve attorneys in my corporations. I'm not one. But I'd like to defer that comment to your counsel. Are those who are indeed aware of material fact required to divulge that information? Why would you want people buying into a community and looking at the beauty that they see and which encourage them to make that purchase, only to find out after the fact that much of that beauty could be taken away? So again, I thank you for the opportunity, and again, I do invite you seriously to my home so you can recognize for yourself what could happen to all of us who've made the decision to live in this beautiful community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. At this point, now let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume. Is there anybody else that wants to speak that I haven't got to? We'll get you after the break, okay? Is it just you? Is there anybody else? All right, well, since there's just you, and it is you, we want to hear what you had to say before we take our break, so come on up. I am a pushover. That's what my kids say, and they know it.
My name is Vicki Bolin, and I live in Morgan Creek, and my house is in one of those pictures. I back up to Allegra also. And I live the second house down from where the stoplight is. So my house is currently for sale, not because of the street issue, for other reasons, but my house has been on the market for over 60 days. And people come in and ooh and ah about the house, and they love the house. As soon as they walk in the backyard, they get this look on their face like, ooh, you know, that noise, that's terrible. How come it's so noisy? And that's just with the 4-lane road behind us. Plus the stop light, people screeching up to it, and love the sound effects of the motorcycles, and major trucks go by. And all I wanted to say was, you know, please give consideration to Doyle Ranch and also Morgan Creek when you make your final decision, because I can't even sell my house and I'm already $100,000 less than when I bought it 2.5 years ago. And when I bought it 2.5 years ago, it was half price. So things are going down, and I can't sell my house. People just don't like the noise now, and I wonder what will happen when I have to tell them, oh, by the way, you're going to get 6 lanes back there someday. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Okay, seeing no hands going up, I'm going to cut off the public comment portion of the hearing, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Short 5 minutes. Okay, let's go. Before, Andrew, I'm going to invite you to come up and respond, but before we do that, Harry, I understand that your replacement's here.
Yeah, he is here today. Actually, he's from Roseville, past mayor of Roseville, past school board member, and he'll be taking my place come January 1st, I guess. Richard Rakucci, stand up. It's Richard Rakucci, your new planning commissioner. I won't tell any stories about you either, Rich.
Well, maybe we should just continue this matter to January, then it's your problem. Okay, Andrew, do you want to come up and address some of the folks' concerns?
There we go. And actually, you know, respond to any comments that you have. I pretty much went through everything in my presentation. I can go over things again.
Oh, no, yeah. The bridge that's under, in the plan?
Correct.
Is that bridge that's being rebuilt? Is it being rebuilt so that it will handle 6 lanes? Or will it have to be rebuilt again?
No, it will be, as you can see from the drawings, the only thing that changes is the median gets narrowed to allow the 6 lanes. But the bridge will be designed structurally in every way. It won't change except for the median being redone to handle it, go from 4 to 6 lanes.
Okay. And then, you know, there's a lot of question about detail in the discussion, questions that people were asking, and the level of detail in a programmatic environmental impact report versus what's going to happen in the future. And so sounds like one of the major concerns is that in the future, when the county wants to go ahead and maybe build this into a 6-lane road, that you wouldn't have to do another environmental document?
Absolutely, we would have to. There is, as they've said, there is not sufficient detail in this document for us to be able to point to, we're going to affect that tree, we're going to take out those shrubs, we're going to have to widen exactly this much. Right, we've not looked at, well, let me go back and step. First of all, when are we going to need to do this project? Okay, you know, we're looking at, this is all, basically most all of these are approved projects, okay? I've been here now for 5 years, and we've been working on these. We never, you know, we had an inkling that, you know, it couldn't continue the way it was, but I don't think anybody foresaw that it would slow down as much as it is. And talking with different developers, they're still anticipating some growth. They're still processing projects, but their timeframes now are stretched considerably out. Okay, so Sierra Vista is approved, Placer Vineyards is approved, Riola Vineyards. Riola Vineyards is the only one that are actually processing anything right now for homes. The rest of these are kind of, they're 5 years out is what they tell us at least before they start seeing any development. Okay, so first of all, that leads us to say, okay, when are we going to see the need for this? And then secondly, are we really ever going to see the need for this? Unfortunately for us at this point in time, I need to have something in the community plan that in case these other developments come through, I can ask for the right-of-way, and secondly, so that I can put it into my fee program and collect funds in case we ever need to do it. So then going back to looking at the exact details of, and we'll get there eventually. Again, we've just taken a Google Earth picture and we said, okay, it looks like we can make this fit. You're right. When we go through and we have to do this analysis, we're going to have to do, the sound analysis. We're going to have to look at, okay, this is a home, this is an outdoor area. You're right. We're moving a traffic lane several feet closer to that. The traffic volumes will increase. Okay, you're right. What is the impacts? What do we need to mitigate? The sound berms may no longer be adequate. We may need to put a sound wall on top of those. But again, until we need to actually make the transition from 4 lanes to 6 lanes out there, we're not going to do that analysis. So yes, we're going to have to do the analysis. But secondly, what are the conditions going to be like out there when we do the analysis? I keep up with new vehicles and what have you, and they're saying that they're already having issues with a lot of the hybrids and that they don't make enough noise, and that people in parking lots are not warned about these cars. Okay, now you start seeing the electric vehicles, and one of the previous agencies I worked at, we drove electric vehicles. They're fantastic. They make no noise. Okay, and so. But you're starting to see more of the electric vehicles come online. They're predicting more and more that our cars will be electric vehicles. So are we going to see in 20 years from now, okay, we now have a volume of 40,000 vehicles out there, but half of them are electric vehicles that are making considerably less noise than what's out there now. And so what's the impact? I can't tell you that right now. So when it comes time to widen to 6 lanes, you're right, we're going to have to do the noise analysis, we're going to have to do the water analysis, biology, the whole match. We're going to have to do everything.
Okay. So given that, and so when we look at this map, and the county says that we're looking at Walerga going to 6 lanes, what's the county saying in this document?
Given the best growth projections that we can use at this time, given the best traffic models that we can use at this point in time, we're seeing the need for Walerga to go to 6 lanes. We may decide, 20 years from now, that no, we're going to leave it at 4 lanes because we don't like the impacts, we don't like what it might cost us to mitigate it. One of the adverse impacts of that is that you're still going to have a much larger traffic volume, and that unfortunately the people here were going to be the most ones that are directly affected by staying at 4 lanes, because now their intersection, rather than going to something like a level service D, may be at level service F. And what's the impact of that? It's going to take them longer to turn in and out of their project, to get in and out of where they live. Okay? But that's one of the impacts that we would have to look at of staying or going to 4, staying at 4, or going to 6.
Okay.
So
So I heard the comment that when we bought into this area, nobody told us that this is going to go to 6 lanes.
It's in the community plan. The one that the adopted community plan right now shows that it has to go to 6 lanes.
Already?
Correct.
It's already been identified as 6 lanes in the community plan?
It does, because it says the adopted community plan right now says that PFE Road is supposed to be closed at Cook-Riolo. And one of the things that you need to do with that closure is allow Walerga to go to 6 lanes.
Okay, so this really doesn't represent a change, is what you're saying, from the way it's been? except for the PFE part.
Correct, that's one way of looking at it. We took the more conservative approach, which says, the existing community plan also says that if PFE stays open, then Willerga should only go to 4. And so we're saying, okay, there is a change because it's, you could read the existing community plan saying it only goes to 4, and now we want to make sure that it says 6 lanes.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing, this is not a commitment to build 6 lanes, it's a recognition that that may be required at some point down the road.
Correct.
Time. Okay, and then I guess I'm thinking as far as Willerga going to 4 lanes in Sacramento County, that could be they made a mistake by not joining in on this, because Placer would help them pay for an increase in the future.
There's several different ways to address that. You can often get, okay, your level of service on a lot of these roadways is based on, okay, what your traffic volume is, okay? And if you don't have many intersections, okay, they talk about, okay, how come you can get by with Highway 65 and some of these others at only 4 lanes? Because you have high-speed interchanges. You don't have driveways. You don't have intersections. And so you can get everybody going through there at a much faster rate of speed, so you can carry a much higher volume. Okay, as you go down into Sacramento County, again, I've been down there once or twice, but they don't have very many intersections, okay, along that section is my recollection. Could be wrong, but, and so if you don't have many intersections, you can get a higher volume on that road. Case in point, Douglas Boulevard in Roseville, okay? The relatively commercial portion up to Sierra College, that's 6 lanes. But you go out further beyond that, and 2 things happen. One is it drops down to 4 lanes, and secondly, the number of your intersections and what have you dramatically drops down. So again, you can get a higher volume on the 4 lanes because you don't have the intersections, you don't have the driveways and what have you. Case in point, Highway 49 right out here. From Luther to Bell Road at 6 lanes, and then it transitions back down to 4. The ultimate plan is to get to 4 or 6 lanes all the way up to Dry Creek because of the anticipated development there. But again, the rest of the way it would stay 4 lanes. Again, there's a whole lot fewer driveways and intersections when you go further north on 49, and so you don't need to have the 6 lanes. Here, the commercial area where you've got the cross streets, where you've got the driveways, you need the 6 lanes.
Okay, I think that pretty much answers my question. I guess I'm thinking that if the county doesn't think ahead like this, then you're just going to have to react to problems that come up in the future, and you won't have the developer fees, or you won't have the ability really to pay for it that you have now by recognizing the possible need in the future. And so at any rate, it's probably better to know that this is a possibility now than to wait till the traffic becomes all jammed up and then go through the pain of having to deal with it at that time. That's kind of, I guess, what I'm hearing. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Question. Is there any way, shape, or form that you could do a detailed enough environmental review of this project today that it would be an acceptable document 20 years from now when you went to build the road?
No.
So it would only be an exercise, short of it coming to the conclusion that it just can't be built, it would just be an exercise to do any greater detailed environmental review today.
Correct. We didn't see, who would have, like I said, we saw that the housing market couldn't sustain itself at what it was going, but who saw that it was going to come to such a drastic slowdown? And again, we still have no real good idea when it's going to pick up again and how much it's going to pick up again. And so it's, which makes, our projections kind of more pie in the sky, but on the other hand, it's still, we need to be able to collect the fees and get the right of way and be prepared for this. Like I said, if it doesn't happen we haven't done anything to hurt ourselves.
Quick question for you, Andrew. Have you seen the two conditions that were proposed by Chris Powell on behalf of the...
Correct.
Yeah.
I have.
You know, I understand the reluctance to trust the county. I mean, that's just natural in our society. Would the inclusion of those conditions in all of this affect you one way or the other?
There's no way, we haven't done an analysis of Walerga staying at 4 lanes as to looking at the rest of the impacts. So, in talking with Scott, that we can't put that one in. We've talked about putting in the extra statement about that we would require the extra environmental analysis would be necessary, and that doesn't seem to be a problem for us. It's, you know, we have to figure out somewhere to put it in the transportation element, but that one seems to be less of an issue or problem for us.
I guess I don't understand what the objection is to the first one, stating that Walerga Road will be expanded to no more than 4 lanes. Isn't that the current plan? You may or you may not, I'm not sure. Apparently not.
Chair, if I can, just to follow up on what Andrew was saying in terms of, it's a policy determination whether or not to have a 4-lane or a 6-lane standard in there. What Andrew is saying is the current environmental document did not evaluate a 4-lane project. So in order to choose that alternative, it would require a analysis of the traffic to determine whether the level of service standards could be maintained if the Walerga was never to be constructed to 6 lanes.
Isn't the standard currently 4 lanes there? Isn't that what?
Well,
just 2?
The physical standard is 4 lanes right now, but the current community plan standard is dual, if you will.
Just 2, okay.
No, it's 2. It's correct me if I'm wrong here. It's 4 lanes without Cocriolos, and 6 lanes with Cocriolo being open. Correct.
It's actually PFE.
PFE. But I understand what you meant.
So the current plan has kind of this duality to it. The proposal is to change it to 6 lanes. The analysis is for 6 lanes. It's a policy matter to change it back to 4 lanes, but right now the environmental document doesn't show you, if you leave it at 4 lanes, what happens to traffic in the remainder of the plan. So you would have to do that additional analysis before you could adopt that as part of the plan.
If you left it at 4 lanes, we couldn't collect fees for 6 either, could we?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody?
Waiting for a motion.
I think something needs to be clarified here. The current plan states 6 lanes if PFE is closed.
Right.
PFE is not slated to be closed, so the current plan states that PFE is open, it's 4 lanes.
Didn't your current plan look at PFE being open with 6 lanes on Walerga? That was the whole
Correct.
purpose of it?
That's the proposed plan, but the current plan is 4 lanes with PFE open. That's the current proposal, is to keep PFE open, therefore keeping Walerga at 4. There's no proposal, no plan right now for PFE open and a 6-lane Walerga.
Okay. Andrew?
No, that is our current proposal, is that PFE remain open and Walerga has to go to 6 lanes.
But to state that that right there is already part of the current plan is a lie.
It's not part of the
What's the difference between a project level EIR and the conceptual or community plan type level EIR that we're doing here? And the reason that I ask this is Chris Powell brought up some technical issues with respect to the EIR, and they're typical of the kind of EIRs we see at the project level. Is this a higher level of review, a lesser level of review? What's the technical distinction here? And should we be concerned with these technicalities at this point?
A number of questions there. Because it does not propose to actually have the ground disturbance at this point in time with the approval of this plan, The EIR does not examine that specific level of impact. It examines those impacts in the larger context, such as there may be impacts on the trees, and if there are impacts on the trees, you will need to mitigate for those. But it doesn't go through and tell you there will be impacts on these specific trees. When the plan is approved and then it's implemented, you would go back and have project-specific environmental review to determine the specific impacts on which specific trees and implement the specific mitigation measures at that time. There may be broad mitigation measures laid out in the program EIR that you would then be looking at in order to find those specific measures. So it's not, I don't want to say it's a lesser type of analysis, it is just a less specific analysis than a project level. And when you come forward with, for example, the actual project to expand Walerga Road, there would be a project level environmental impact report which would have project specific mitigation, including an evaluation of which trees, if any, needed to be removed and what the consequences of doing that would be.
One of the allegations was that there was no proper consideration of the biological resources in the EIR. Is that something that would be better addressed at project level or at this level?
Well, we do believe that there is a program level analysis of impacts on specific species, but for example, at this point in time, you wouldn't necessarily be able to know if you widened Walerga if there was a red-legged frog in the pond that's in the verge. But you'd say, if you widen, make sure you look to see whether there are red-legged frogs when you widen. So that's the difference. And when you widen, you'd say, oh, we found some, relocate them before you do the construction. That's kind of the distinction there. So this is really, it's a program level because you can't analyze each of the project level impacts until you actually have a project at hand.
It was clear from the comments today and from the letters and emails that we've received that one of the paramount concerns of the folks who live in that area was noise. And we on the commission are well aware of the noise. We hear it at our houses too, even though it's not that particular road. And in the proposed additions that came from Chris Powell at Downey Brand, one of their concerns is expressed that if the decision is made, or a proposal even is made, to consider widening Walerga Road to 6 lanes, that a full-blown project-level environmental impact report be done. Is it safe to say that that's your understanding of what the law would require anyway, with or without that statement in the conditions?
I would qualify it slightly. A full-scale environmental review would need to be done, which may be an environmental impact report. We can't say at this point in time exactly what that environmental document would be, but it's clear the county would need to do a full-scale environmental review of the consequences of that construction.
And that would, as most things of this nature, require public hearings and public input and so forth, right?
Correct. The same process that you're going through now for the approval of this document would be required for the approval of an environmental document for that construction. The only difference is that would go probably to the Board of Supervisors as a construction project rather than to this body as a planning matter, because it would be consistent with the community plan, but the Board of Supervisors would still have to approve that construction project.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, one. Could you explain a little bit on how it would be necessary to have the proposal for 6 lanes in order to set developer fees?
That the next step after the community plan is established is that we...
This is what we're doing now would be...
Correct. Establishing. What we do is that we go through and we say, okay, these are the different projects that would need to be accomplished to make this happen. Baseline needs to get widened to 6 lanes. Watt Avenue gets widened to 6 lanes. The traffic calming improvements along PFE and Cook Riolo need to be constructed. So we come up with a list of our capital improvement projects. Okay, we take that, then we say, okay, this is the number of units that we see being developed in that whole area. Okay, Placer Vineyards, Rilla Vineyards, everybody like that. We divide the two and we come up with a fee, $1 fee per dwelling unit. Okay, so once we've got an approved community plan, we know what the road improvements need to be, we then come up with the appropriate fee.
So this approved community plan includes the size of a development? For example, there's 1,000 in the next proposed development, 1,000 houses.
Correct.
Okay, if it goes to 500, you change the community plan?
We have on occasion, yes, because if we all of a sudden are starting to see that we've got substantial changes and we're not going to be generating enough money, that we have gone back.
Or in this case, if the development goes through, then we don't have that many cars on the road, so we don't need 6 lanes.
Correct. So it's not.
So you're assuming, this is all based on an assumption about future development in these lots in that area? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Larry?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'd like to see, if we can, rather than on the right-of-way and the homeowners association management of that, I'd like to see as many options built into it as possible so that we're not down the road committed to doing it one way or another, because I think it needs to be a case-by-case situation so that depending on circumstances individually, rather than having predetermined ahead of time that we're going to try to find a management tool to make this work, because to me, I'm not convinced yet that that's a good way to go.
Wouldn't the word discretion and the modified standard give the county the ability to kind of work that out on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, it probably would, but I want to be sure that that's emphasized, that it's not a made-in-concrete thing.
The standard remains the same. They want the accommodation of roadways, trails, bikeways, and drainage, and public utilities. But the way in which that's implemented is a variable. What would you do to the standard to emphasize that?
Or maybe nothing. I'm just trying to clarify the fact that I realize staff has put us in a position as having warned us that this is going to be sort of the staff's position in the future. And I'm saying, maybe it just won't work, and just don't count on it being that way.
Okay. Any other comments, motions? Andrew, I guess.
We have a vote on the 4-lane versus the 6-lane.
Straw vote?
Huh? Yeah, I just wonder what that.
Tell you what,
About Laga specifically?
Yeah,
why don't you make a motion?
I'll make a motion. We leave Willegra as it is without going 6 lane.
I'll second it.
Current standard in the community
Yes.
plan,
Yes.
not
No, it wouldn't be a
revised.
current standard, it would be.
Yeah, it would be a current standard. No, it's current now. The PFE is still open, so it stays 4.
He's proposing to leave it as it is, which was 4 lanes if PFE is open.
But I thought we were told we can't do that.
We can be,
Again, you're just forwarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
so we can do anything. Yeah, okay. The issue is, do we want to endorse the consideration of Willegra Road as 6 lanes?
Right.
Whatever
Right.
form, fashion, function.
Call it
that
whatever you
takes.
want. That's what I want.
And the motion
The
is-
motion
Motion
is,
is second.
And I second.
and the motion was
Maintain.
to not go 6, is that it?
Yes,
So if you're voting yes for the motion, you're voting for 4 lanes, not 6.
yes.
All right, that's a motion that we can chew on a bit. Any discussion? Okay, if not, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Oh, there was discussion.
I want to hear, I thought, maybe I misunderstood something. I thought this whole process was for a 6-lane road. And we can't consider a 4-lane because that isn't what's required.
And, well, what Scott said was that this is only a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. If we were approving something, that might be different, but we're just giving our opinion to the board. Scott?
Right, again, this is a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on the community plan update. If the Board of Supervisors chooses to accept that recommendation, we'll have to have additional discussion about how to implement that through the environmental document. So you're just forwarding a recommendation.
Okay, Larry?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess what I'm hearing, just for clarification, is that if we approve this motion, that it basically puts staff back into the process to reanalyze the total traffic pattern and future for this particular area?
No,
Is
it's
that
my
correct? That's what I was
understanding
hearing.
that it's no more than a,
It's a recommendation.
I don't know how much analysis, but it will require the county to go back and review the assumptions under which the current environmental document were prepared. And the extent to which that will require additional analysis will remain to be seen.
would that be before or after it went to the board?
We'll have to talk about that depending on what your
Okay.
action is.
Yeah, the board has the right to ignore us, which they often do.
You want to know the rationale behind that motion, and as I agree with neighbors out there. That was the reason for it.
Yeah, we heard a lot with respect to the noise, and any of us who live anywhere where it's noisy like that can understand it. My only concern is that I don't want to tie the county's hands. I do want the fund to be built up to anticipate building of roads like that. And it appears as though the neighbors are adequately protected from the actual implementation of any such building by virtue of the fact that there's another project-level EIR process that would have to be completely redone before that would happen. So that provides, in my mind, a safeguard of sorts. That's, otherwise I'd be right with you.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so the motion is to not put in 6 lanes, limit it to 4.
It's a recommendation to the board.
Just a recommendation, yeah. And if you vote for that, you're voting for 4. If you vote against it, you're voting for 6.
Right.
Okay, Kat, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Mr. Sevison,
No.
Mr. Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Crab,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
No.
Mr. Brentnall.
No. Okay, it's 4-2, so
You leave it to go to 6.
we leave it as it is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, is there any other motions then?
I'd make the motion that we go ahead with our recommendation as presented by the Public Works staff to the Board of Supervisors, considering the EIR that was prepared for this project and find that it's consistent with the objectives, policies, and general land uses and programs otherwise specified in the Placer County General Plan and in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan, and supports and enhances the general health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the county. And also recommend the Board of Supervisors approval of the update to the transportation element of the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan as attached in Attachment B.
Attachment B to our staff report. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
A second? Any discussion? Okay, then let's have the vote. Kathy, you want to do roll call, please?
Mr. Sevison,
Yes.
Mr. Gray,
No.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Crab,
Nope.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brentnall.
Yes. So that motion carries 4-2, and that will be the recommendation of the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors. Is there any additional business before we adjourn? Seeing none, the commission is adjourned. Thank you all for your attendance.
I would like to congratulate the chairman on a well-run meeting, except it took you too long.